Welcome everyone. The first item on the agenda is the election of the chairperson for the coming year. So can I ask for any nominations for that position, please? Councillor Beckett.
I nominate Councillor Tim Beck.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? No, I'll put that to the vote then. Can those in favour of Councillor Beck for chairperson, please raise your hands. And anyone against? And any abstentions? Well, thank you. I declare Councillor Beck elected as chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yes, that does work. So I must go straight to the appointment of a vice chairman. And could I call for nominations to that post? Simon. Nominated Katie Thornborough. Is there a seconder?
Second, Chair, but my microphone's not working.
Oh dear.
Is that? I'll second, Chair.
You can't see. Okay, now we're equipped with chair and vice chair. I'd like to welcome everyone to this afternoon's meeting, and in particular to welcome the new members of the Assembly. And first on my list was, I'm going to ask people to raise their hands so that other members who don't maybe people are unknown to know who they are. So Katie Thornborough is one, but you must have known who she was because you just voted for her. Councillor Paul Bearmark is a representative of South Cambridgeshire District Council. Unfortunately, as you'll discover in a moment, he discovered he had COVID and so isn't actually here today. Councillor Annika Osborne. Annika's over there. Annika also represents South Cambridgeshire District Council and I think is the inheritor of the Cottenham question. That's the long-standing members of the Assembly. And then welcome to Kristen Ann Rutter. Kristen's there, and Kristen represents, is one of the university nominees to the Assembly. So I hope you'll feel free to contribute as we go through the agenda, and we look forward to hearing from you. I'd also like to welcome Claire Daunton. Claire is there. Claire will be joining the Joint Assembly on an official basis representing the County Council, but her nomination is, remains to have formal approval from the next County Council meeting. And at my discretion, Claire is attending on an informal basis and can contribute on that basis during the discussion. And her position will, we expect to be formalised by the next time we meet. I would also like to thank and record thanks to former members who aren't therefore part of our body anymore. Councillor Rosie Moore from the City Council, Councillor Brian Milnes, Councillor Eileen Wilson and Councillor Ian Sollum, all three of those representing South Cambridgeshire District Council. So 3 new names from South Cambridgeshire and 3 old ones leaving. I'm going to go to item number 3, apologies for absence. Do we have any, Nick?
Thank you, Chair. We've had apologies from Councillor Paul Bearpark and Heather Richards.
Thank you very much. And as I said, Paul was particularly devastated not to be here because as a new member and with Waterbeach, which he represents on the agenda, not to be able to join a discussion was particularly sad. And I think someone is going to read out his points when we get to that item on the agenda. Item number 4, declaration of interests. Are there any interests that any member wishes to declare? Got Karen.
Sorry.
Thank you. Kristen Ann.
I am also a resident of Central Cambridge for the parking discussions. I also am leading an organisation called CBC Limited, so of relevance to the discussions on Adam Brooks and item 9, the Cambridge South East Transport System.
Okay, got that. Thank you. Neil.
I wasn't sure that we need to earn a resident of Bromley as well.
So I'm going to make the suggestion that it's a given that many of us, if not all of us, actually live in Greater Cambridge, which is why we're here. Christopher. Heather.
Thank you, Chair. So declaring interest, especially in relation to the Waterbeach, because I was on the planning committee when that planning decision was decided, and for all matters to do with South Cambs planning, I am a member of the committee there.
Thank you. Any others? Katie, sorry.
On all matters to do with planning, I'm on the Cambridge City Planning Committee and the Joint Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you. And if anything occurs to people as we get to particular items, you can make a declaration at that stage too. I'm now turning to item 5, the minutes. This is an item to approve them for accuracy. Are there any issues in relation to the minutes? Neil.
One, I think it is, in my notes was at number 9. In the minutes, it talks about equestrians on the Milton Road project, and I think it talks about how will equestrians be accommodated during the construction, but the actual discussion was about accommodation for equestrians in the scheme going forward. So there's a slight difference, but I think an important difference.
Could you point us to the page number and the page 12?
Yes.
And whereabouts on page 12? Okay. And what's the change that you are actually suggesting there?
Yes, where are we? To get the exact wording. Sorry, I've lost it. Here we are.
As I understood from what you previously said was that the question, as you understood it, was not only about the construction work, but about the design of the scheme itself.
And where exactly on the scheme
Okay,
the
got it.
equestrian users were expected to be, given the change in highways hierarchy and safety, and clearly there's provision for safety for cyclists, but I think,
Okay.
and
So-
I think I discussed it with,
No need to remake
Yeah.
the point, but the question is about accuracy for
Yes.
the moment. So, does any member have a different recollection of the discussion? Is that a different point, Alex, or? Okay, so I don't hear a different view. I don't recall myself. Are members happy that we amend the minutes in that way? Thank you very much. Thanks, Neil. Alex.
I believe it's missing from here. I think I made the point about same item, so item 9 on page 11, Milton Road, about seasonality of particular businesses and how I believe there's a florist there that does all of their business at one time of the year. And I think there was a point made about where possible trying to align schedules of work to affect those businesses as little as possible. I don't think that was captured in the minutes.
Does any other member have a different recollection from that? Can I ask if you're happy for the minutes to be revised to include that point? Any other points? Well, we'll make those amendments and then I'll sign them at a later point. But thank you very much. Otherwise, are the minutes acceptable to you? Lots of nods. Thank you. Item 6, public questions. We have 10 public questions and they relate to the following items. On agenda item 9 on the Cambridge South East Transport Scheme, we have 1 question. On item 10, parking strategy, etc., we have 3 questions. And on the Water Beach Station item 11, we have 6 questions. We'll deal with those when we get to them on the agenda. The questions have been published on the website and sent to all members of the Assembly. I hope you have those. Those submitting questions were offered the option of attending the meeting or having the question read out by an officer. And we'll, as I say, we'll get to those with the agenda items. Item 7 is petitions. Do we have any petitions? Nick?
No, Chair, there are no petitions.
Thank you. Which brings us to the first substantive item on our agenda, which is the quarterly progress report. And just to say how I'm going to handle this, we will ask for the officer presentation of this report, and then we will have the debate and any questions that people want to ask. The officer who is going to present this is Niamh Matthews, Assistant Director of Strategy and Programme. Niamh, would you like to go ahead, please?
Chair. Yeah, if I can take this kind of in three sections. So there's a couple of points I'd like to draw your attention to in the report specifically, and then perhaps return to the kind of updated strategic narrative which is in the front of the report, which I think members were keen to see last time you met. So 2 points first. The first is around what specifically the paper is asking you to do. That's around endorsing a request to deliver some cycling improvements on the Addenbrooke site at Puddicombe Way as part of the CSET's Phase 1 scheme. There's more detail on that in section 4.5 should you wish to see it. The second point is around skills. I suppose to draw your attention to it because a couple of reasons. The first is we're a year into the new work that Form the Future are doing for GCP. There's an outline in Appendix 2 about how that's going. It's summarised that it's going relatively well under the kind of COVID circumstances, but actually also that the officers have taken the opportunity of an annual review to work with Form the Future and just see if there are any opportunities to either refine what they're currently doing or perhaps bolster some parts of the programme. We'll continue to have discussions with Form the Future over the summer and perhaps come back to you if something kind of meaningful emerges from those conversations. So my third point, Chair, was just to revisit the strategic narrative, which is at the front of the report. So when you last met, I think members were keen to try and draw out a little more around the context of the city deal, particularly given the kind of political cycle that we've just been through. So just to kind of summarise that, and happy to take any questions. I guess we're in a context now where we've come through a range of economic shocks, COVID, Brexit, indeed international conflicts, which is ongoing, and actually within that context, we're seeing employment gaps between knowledge intensive and non-knowledge intensive sectors increasingly growing. KI, knowledge intensive sectors, it remains really strong here. And some of you will have been at the Centre for Business Research presentation a couple of months ago, where that was fed back to us in great detail. At a very top level, employment growth in corporate employment in Greater Cambridge grew by 6.2% in the year 2021. So kind of thanks to that continuing quite amazing pattern, really. I suppose we're in a context now where retaining that talent and attracting further talent to run those businesses and support communities is kind of even more important than ever, I guess. And really continuing to deliver infrastructure while that's ongoing just feels really kind of vital at this time, and particularly in the context that GCP will be going towards its next Gateway Review, where we have the opportunity to unlock a further slug of money in the next kind of 2.5 years. So there's more in there, Chair, but that's a very brief summary of what I think members asked for last time. Happy to run through the report and take any questions as you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neve. So what I'm going to do with your introduction is I'm going to take this work stream by work stream, as we've done in the past, and ask for comments or questions related to those. So if you see what I'm doing, I'm going to call transport, skills, smart, housing, economy, strategic risks, and then any other items that arc across all of them. I'm going to do that in sequence. So if you could kind of arrange any of your contributions in that way, it means we talk about the same things as each other at the same time. So the first of those work streams is the transport one, and that's covered in paragraphs 4.2 to 4.11, pages 40 to 42, and also in Appendix 1 from pages 45 to 51. Are there any questions or comments in relation to that? I see Karen.
It's a couple of general points. I guess there's another delay in planning on one of the schemes, and I think I raised that issue probably about a year ago about what we could learn from that so that we don't get into that issue again and delay the programmes further. And the second point is around, and it's referred to, I think, in 6.1, is in the table there, about the escalating costs and how those are being mitigated and what type of contingency is actually built in, because I think we're all aware that those things, particularly on infrastructure projects, are increasing significantly, and to understand what the impact would be and how that's being mitigated.
Yes, two very important questions to my ears. Are there any, we will go to Neve in a moment, but are there any other questions in relation to transport? Claire.
It's just a point of clarification. Under Appendix 1, in relation to the greenways, what exactly is meant by project initiation? Does that mean spade in the ground? What does it mean?
Thank you. Any other questions on the transport work stream? Heather?
I think mine relates to the finance side, so I wasn't sure if that was in the numbers that you were referring to, Chair.
Is it a particular scheme or?
It's not a particular scheme, it's page 47 onwards. Are we at that point?
Let's do that as one of the overarching.
Okay.
If that sounds right to you.
As long as you don't forget me, Chair, that's fine.
You've never allowed me to do that in the past, so I'm sure this will be no exception. So Neil, transport.
I guess parking is under transport, and in the 6.1, the parking seems to be going slow. Residents parking, and I see it's got an amber light. I wonder if somebody could elucidate that and give some time when this would be done? If it's possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands on this, so Niamh, would you like to deal with those, please?
She'd like me to. Sorry, Karen, I missed your first point.
Delay in the planning again.
Right.
And what we can learn to avoid that for other schemes.
Yeah. And so there are a number of sort of planning issues in this. We are working very closely with both the local planning authorities in terms of city and district, but also the county council with its planning authority hat on. It's fair to say there have been some bumps in the road, but we are working on both process, behaviours, and then in terms of outlining that forward plan that should hopefully, I think, address the concerns that we've had very much at the start of programme delivery rather than at the end, which is very much the crunchy bit. But I think it's something we're going to continue to need to come back to, because it's something we can't let our foot off the gas on, really. It's something that we need to focus, because it will always be, and you're sat in my seat, planning is always one of those risks that you need to be actively managing, because otherwise I think it's going to be a potential issue. Escalating cost is something that's facing the nation generally. The sector, I think the transport and highway sector, is beginning to review its position across both on a regional and a national level. We're still at the early stages of inflation, so we need to see how long this is going to go on for, because clearly that's the sort of material consideration. All of our projects have contingency in any way. They all have risk and they all have inflation estimates in. What we will be doing going forward is, as they come forward on the business case basis, we will be revising all of those estimates in light of the latest data. So are we staying at 8 or 9% for any considerable period of time, or fingers crossed, is it a blip and we get back to normal by the summer? So again, that's a key part of the of our work. In terms of project initiation, it's the clarity of the project, the detail of the project, the stakeholder elements, and how that project will then be delivered between now and the targeted completion date that in terms of Greenways is 2025 for the network. Was stopped by the county council. The decision was taken by the county council to stop residents parking, and so it was down tools for 18 months, 2 years. The work that we undertook was stopped. There were no resource applied to that. The county council, and you will know this better than I, relatively recently, 6 months, 9 months, maybe a bit longer, reintroduced residents parking. We've started that work today. There's a parking report today reflecting that outlines what the key priorities are in terms of residents parking over the next 12 months. We're hoping that you're going to say it's a jolly good idea and the board will sign it off, and we've now got the resources in place to take that forward. Now the policy context has changed.
Thank you, Peter. Claire, you wanted to come back on?
I just wanted to press a little bit on that. The difference between project initiation, design, final design, etc. You know, what's the marker for those different stages? If you wanted to know about a particular greenway and it was at project initiation stage, where does that relate to design, final design? Just a little bit more information.
So it's a flow in terms of delivering a project. The project initiation is after the initial concept and the thought and maybe the initial dialogue with stakeholders. Project initiation is to say we've now got a project, we've scoped it, we've got a clear idea of what this looks like, we've had some initial conversations, and we've got an outline plan in place. That outline plan then reflects movement to detailed design, stakeholder engagement, or consultation, depending on the size of the project, and that will then take us to a delivery point of, in the Greenways sort of perspective, of 2025, which is the network. Oh, sorry, and there'll be a full report on Greenways in September.
Okay, good. I'm happy to wait
yeah.
for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil, did you want to come back on yours?
So, of course, I know the county council background, and we unblocked it as soon as we could. which is some time ago for us now, of course, and we have people who want to know if there is a timetable. There is parts of Cambridge that have already been consulted, as you know, and they've been waiting an enormously
Neil,
long time.
we've got an item, I don't know if you missed it.
Yes.
Substantial item on parking later on.
So sorry.
So maybe you should make your point there, but I think
Perhaps
that's what it's for.
Perhaps you're right. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see more on the transport work stream. The next one was the skills work stream, paragraphs 4.12 to 4.30 on page 42, and the appendix 2 goes with it. Are there any questions on that? Kristen Ann.
Thank you. An observation and then a question for consideration. So the observation is how important this work stream is, and I welcomed your comments, Niamh, around sort of the relook at the scope of it, because as I look at some of the numbers in here about the overall opportunity, an observation, I know, for example, that even just our hospitals are short 400, 500 nurses per year, and that is reflected across all of the sectors that I speak to in this space. So I hope that that review that you mentioned might take into account three things. One is what more can Form the Future's, the excellent programme with the good results, do within its current scope? Can it be more ambitious? Secondly, is there the opportunity potentially to, I don't think, to extend the reach of the people that it's looking to attract for the benefit of Greater Cambridgeshire? It may need, I think, to look outside the region and support people coming from outside the region into jobs in this region. And then thirdly, whether we need anything in our skills stream that goes beyond just the excellent work that Form the Future do with sixth forms.
Thank you, Kristen Ann. I'm just going to make sure that officers have noted that, and then we'll ask the others who indicated as well. I've got Helen Valentine.
A slightly different take on a similar issue. Clearly, skills are extremely important and in short supply, but I think I'm underwhelmed by the work with Form the Future so far, and if Niamh was suggesting you might be coming back for extra funding, I guess I'm starting from a position of scepticism that we might be pouring good money down the drain, and that there surely may be some better leverage that we could get over the skills issue if we've got funding to spare.
Thank you, Helen. Claire indicated too. Yeah, it is. You're on.
Oh, okay, good. I couldn't see. Ah, yes, I am. I couldn't see the light. Sorry. I've got two questions about the employment. On corporate employment, just again a clarification. What does that mean exactly? What are you measuring? What size corporations are you measuring? And related to that, any statistics on self-employment?
Okay. Any other questions on skills? No. Heather, skills.
On skills, on page 52, Chair, if I could just have a bit further clarification around the 1,520 adults, and is there anything else that can be done to sort of get that out of red into amber, and then hopefully green, because overall as a KPI for this sector is doing very, very well on the skills, and we've always been very praising of it, but it's something that's going to be needed in the coming months and years more than ever. So could we have a little bit more information around that, please?
Okay, thanks, Heather. Okay, I see no more hands, so Niamh, can I come to you for those 4 questions?
Yep, sure. So on the points that Kristen Ann makes, I'll take them into our discussions with the contract provider that I'll be having next week, in fact. Thanks for the steers, really useful. On the underwhelmness, perhaps we can have a discussion around some of the detail outside of here, if you'd be keen to do that. And corporate employment. So we don't pull together this data. The data's pulled together by the Centre for Business Research at the Judge Business School. We are only looking at corporate employment, and I'll circulate the definition of exactly what is being looked at, and perhaps what you're unlikely to have seen is the report that they did. It was a couple of months ago, so we probably haven't shared that with you directly. So if I send that separately, that will give you a good sense of it. Heather, on adults, that's exactly one of the issues we've raised through the kind of contract review process with Form the Future. What more can we do? And I think they would say they're working on it. They're working with providers on it to try and refine it. But part of the issue is take up, and adults, you know, not taking it up. But I think there is more we can do, and that's exactly what we're going to work on.
Thanks very much, Niamh. Kristen Ann, I think you'd like to follow up.
I should have said, so we'll have a skills working group sometime, I hope, in July, if we can get calendars together. And it feels like that would be a really good place to raise that, if you're happy with that.
Could I just remind people, Kristen Ann forgot there, to put the microphone on, because although we can probably hear each other up at this end of the room, may not be the case down there, and the live stream may miss it completely. So don't worry. We don't need to do it again, but Heather.
Thank you. It's just on a follow-up to what you were saying about the uptake, and that word, it caused a bit of concern for me, because like we say, they're possibly going to be coming back for more money at some point. So how do we make sure, how do we contact people that aren't? Because I just think there's a bit of a danger spot that essentially we're reliant on their feedback, but they're not likely to tell us where they're not doing so well. So are we doing something to make sure that we're doing our own research, and if people aren't using the service, why they're not? And if not, can we start? Because that might help put some, you know, more energy into it from others as well, if they know that it's being reviewed.
Katie.
I just wanted to highlight the need for apprenticeships and skills in the construction industry, because part of the risks that we need to consider is how we're going to deliver the infrastructure and the new places. And I really feel the construction industry need a much bigger voice in their needs. There are some building sites where they're down to 30% of subcontractors on site. There's a lot of good contractors with apprenticeship programs, but I do think they really need support so that there can be national kind of attention on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Niamh, do you want to respond to those two?
Thanks, Heather. So that's happening, and we'll feed back in some more detail next time to explain some of that context. Katie, on your point on construction skills, so we have within the work that is contracted via GCP, there are specific work streams on construction. There's relationships with various sites and contractors across the geography. I suppose we're not the only show in town when it comes to this stuff. I'd probably remind members that there's lots of work that the Combined Authority are doing via GrowthWorks that's funding a sort of broader range of interventions. So there will be more ongoing there. But I think we're working within the remit that we've got on that. Thank you.
Thank you both. So I see no more questions on skills. And I'll go to the next work stream, which was SMART. Are there any points to be made there? No? Okay. Following that, the housing work stream, page 42. Heather.
Thank you. So affordable housing is something that we all know is a real issue actually for recruitment of getting people to work here as well. So it is concerning to see that in the amber. It's something that we probably need to put a bit more focus onto as well, and a bit more attention if that's possible. in relation to where we are of committee. We obviously look at transport and things like that for good reason. But I think we probably need to be upping the profile of this a bit. So I know in my own ward, and I'm sure other councils have the same, I've got a parish that's desperate for an exception site, but just, funnily enough, can't find anybody willing to part with the land at that price. So we either have to look at the parameters of this and say that are exception sites really deliverable, because for that you're asking people essentially to lose value and lose assets. Are we restricted in that scope, or can we try to be a bit more creative with it? Because I do feel that what's currently happening isn't really, we're not really ever hitting our markers. Some of the other ones, they sort of bob up and down, but this one we seem to be really struggling with.
Thank you, Heather. I see another question, so Neve, that one?
So it's a strange target, I think. I wasn't this side of the deal negotiations when it was done. Some of you might have been, so you might know more than me around why it was put in the deal in the first place. But it was put in the deal. But as you say, we've got very little in terms of leverage to have influence over it, as you've described. It's really challenging, and there are rules around how this stuff works. I think if members wanted to look at that target and revisit it, officers would be happy to engage with government colleagues and kind of explain that and redefine it, or at least attempt to.
You want to come back? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, I don't want to see less affordable houses, the number, but I wonder if we have to look at different ways of delivering it rather than just exception sites. Or is there something that we can do as a Greater Cambridge Partnership to help parishes or area committees or whoever they may be to go forward with these? Because even if you've got a small housing company like Hasto, as soon as you put the land value in, they just simply can't afford it. It becomes unviable. So given we've got such high land values, it doesn't seem to be working. So maybe there's another way of delivering the 1,000, but just didn't want anyone to think I was suggesting we reduce the target. That would defeat the object.
Apologies if I made it sound like that. It was more that it is what it is. So what I can do is speak to officers from South Cambs and just start to understand if there's more support that we could look to give them.
Yes, I think the question is about finding different leverage or in some way, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to go next to the Economy and Environment workstream, paragraphs 4.19 to 4.25, with the Appendix 5. Any questions on that? No, I don't see any. Then we've got Strategic Risks, Section 5 on pages 43 to 44. Are there any questions on that? Don't see any, so I'm going to go to the last one, which I know Heather's been waiting hard, and I know Alex as well have. This is matters that kind of arc across all of the above. So Alex first, then Heather, and Christopher, and Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question I'm about to ask is probably very similar to everyone else's, which is about over-programming. Obviously, when we look at the budget, we're about 188 million over at the moment. And so obviously at some point that needs to be rectified. As far as I'm aware, there's two ways of doing that, deprogramming or unlocking further revenue streams. I wonder if there's any way we can get some comment on what you see as the pathway forwards for that one, because if it is deprogramming, then that's something we probably need to be looking at very soon before we spend even more money on these projects. Obviously, the longer we leave that, the harder it becomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Heather?
Thank you. So it's on finance as well, so page 47. This probably applies for all of them, but particularly with the transport finance overviews, there's a lot in there. There's a lot of projects in there. Can I put a bit of a plea for those of us scrolling up and down or flipping side to side that I'm sure they have at City as well, when you go the landscape where you can have the commentary linked with the actual project. And I know that sounds like a really small thing to raise in an assembly meeting, but actually from a public perception point of view as well, to actually understanding the documents, I don't think this is necessarily as accessible as it could be. So if we could have that commentary aligned, that would be great. And can we just make sure and just clarify to me, is the accountant within me that sees lots of red and over budgets and starts going mad internally, when we've got the variances, can we just confirm that when there are positive variants, it's not because of delays? Because that would completely skew the figures if that was the case, and I couldn't quite gather from this whether that was happening or not.
Thanks, Heather. Christopher.
Thank you. A fairly basic question. Niamh, you referred to the next gateway, I think, in 2.5 years' time, just to understand how much is in that final tranche. Possibly does that link to the overspend that Alex has just referred to? And with the delays that Karen referenced earlier, is the money that has already been unlocked entirely safe if things are delayed beyond the next gateway? Does any of it get swept back into the pot? Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. Claire. Sorry, that Claire.
I think Alex probably covered it for us all, which is the over-programming. If we look at all these good things, they're all going to help us with sustainable growth. They're all valuable. They've all got an ultimate value. But if we need to stop any, stopping sooner is going to save more than stopping later. So a review and prioritising which ones we would stop if we couldn't raise extra funding might be a useful thing.
Thanks, Claire. Any other comments on this? Don't see any. So how do you want to respond to this? Okay, Rachel, go ahead. Take it.
Thank you, Chair. So on the over-programming point, I think actually some of the other questions are sort of answering it. So we have a lot of reds on our spend, which just shows that we can't always guarantee that the projects as they're currently planned are going to come to fruition. So it's not unusual for a project that is based on mainly delivering infrastructure schemes to over-program until there's such a point at which we are more confident about where those choices may be. So we absolutely have ongoing discussions with our finance colleagues, and Sarah Hayward is sat there as well and can add to this if you so wish, but you know, they are checking in with us on a regular basis. Our reports are referring to it, but we are confident that at the moment we are managing it. We are not yet at a point where we would come back and ask you to prioritise, but you are right that at some point we may need to do that, but equally there are decisions that are coming up that may not support some of these schemes being implemented. So we need to just keep enough opportunity in our programme to ensure that we don't end up under delivering, which would be the worst case scenario. I think you would probably all agree. In terms of what we unlock at the next Gateway review, it's the final 200 million, but we are always in our programme, that over-programming is for the full 500 million. So we've always seen it, well, since I got here anyway, we've looked at it as a whole programme, on the basis that, you know, we've got some sizable expenditure that needs to be confident that we can unlock that final tranche, and that's part of the conversation that we need to show to government. This is the you know, opportunity of what the whole package will deliver. So at the moment, I think we are jointly content with where we are, but it continues to be under constant review, and income streams will be a part of that mix as well as to what extra money we're able to bring in to support the programme.
Thank you, Rachel. Was there anything left over?
I think it might have been just a couple of points.
Okay.
Just Heather's point, they're not because of delays. I can see why that would concern you. And I think perhaps Rachel's answered Christopher's question on the what we're hoping to get in the bank in the next Gateway review, but it is the money we've already been allocated, secured. I suppose as much as the Minister has written to us and said, we're allocating it to you, it lands on Sarah's bank account every year. So we've had, it's not Sarah's personal bank account, just to be very clear, the County Council's bank account on an annual basis in £40 million instalments. It would surprise me if they stopped those instalments, but it's not impossible, I suppose, but we have a written commitment to a specific sum of money.
Thanks, Neve. Could I just come back myself? I mean, I think I've read through all of the narrative that goes with the red categorizations. And am I right? Most of that actually is not about things turning out not to be achievable, but just taking longer. So it's not that's indicating ways where money can be saved. It's just indicating where things are going to take longer than we thought. And I mean, the other aspect about the financial overview, I think, is that the total funding that we have at our disposal for projects is not only the government income from the city deal, but it's also developer contributions that are matched into that where it's relevant to development. And I think it would be really helpful that we could understand something of the bigger picture in relation to the two together, because I know that developer contributions can't be used for any old thing, but they are relevant to achieving our program. Katie, you want to come in as well? Yes, go ahead.
When you talked about in the future maybe having to review these projects and prioritizing things, if, sort of worst case scenario coming forward, some of these projects are absolutely critical for the delivery of the current local plan and the housing trajectory numbers. So they are absolutely critical, for otherwise there could be uncontrolled development in this area. So, and I think those key projects must be at the top of any review in the future, but hopefully we won't get to that point.
Hopefully not. Peter.
If I may, so you're absolutely right in terms of the explanation of the red in this box. I think as we've discussed previously, we're currently targeting 27-28 for the majority of our spend out of the door. So these are very much in year movements on that basis. However, through the life of projects, you get to a go, no-go decision point. So as Katie was saying around some of the big schemes that link to planning obligations, and I'll pick one at random, Cambourne to Cambridge, linked to Bourne and West Cambourne, we will get to a point, probably in front of a planning inspector, where he or she will say yes or no. And at that point, we will know whether we're going to spend £100 million or whether we're not in the lifetime of the city deal. And I think what Rachel was trying to articulate is we need that element of flexibility, because if we are just aiming for our budget and no more, if you lose one of those schemes through the process, and everybody hopes we don't, but if you lose one of those schemes on the process, then as Neve suggested, we're going to be handing money back to the Treasury as things would stand. And sorry, and just a final point on Section 106. Section 106 is a key component of our programme, and the Section 106 contribution has increased quite considerably in our budgets over the last 12 or 18 months, so that's contributing to reducing the overall element of over-programme.
Thank you, Peter. Alex?
Thank you, Peter. That's really useful. Can I just ask then, I mean, that go no-go decision is very key to know for each of these projects and whether we've hit it or not, because we all hit multiple milestones, and there's sometimes a question of whether we've hit the crucial milestone or not, given how often these come up. Would it be possible at some point to break down each of these and just mark down whether they have hit the key, this project is a definite go, versus we haven't got to that checkpoint yet? Because obviously some like the Chisholm Trail, we're past that, some we're nowhere near that yet.
We can take that as an action, and maybe we'll add that to Heather's point earlier on around the formatting, which I think would add value to this.
Okay, thank you. So I think there is an appetite for kind of understanding choices and what the future looks like. Alex, you've got your mic on apparently. Oh. Yeah. There is an appetite from members to have that. Is it on the forward plan? Because it was sort of committed that we would have a report to enable us to see this and understand it. I haven't been through every line of the forward plan. Is it there?
No, I don't think it is there. And just for members that are new, actually, the way in which we bring this together is through a sort of medium-term financial planning, and we've done that before, a future investment strategy. So it's been here twice before. I think the last time was probably in December, was it? In December 2020, thank you, Isabel. So clearly, we would plan to revisit that, and that is effectively a prioritisation of the programme. And so we'll take that away and make sure it's on the forward plan for the board version of the forward plan that goes in 3 weeks' time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. Okay, so we've scanned through the whole of the quarterly progress report, which proves the truth that by putting it at the top of the agenda, lots of people have lots to say about it. We have no reference was made to the cycling improvements on Addenbrooke site, etc., etc. I assume, therefore, we have no comment on that that recommendation going forward to the board. And I'm not asking for a response, because I think you'd have given me a response before now if you have. So that rules a line under the quarterly progress report. Thank you very much, Niamh, for that. And we go on to item number 9, which is Cambridge South East Transport Scheme, which is on page between 74 and 86 in the reports pack. So the sequence of events here is we have a public question which we'll be taking first, and the questioner could start to come forward. That would help. We're going to then ask for an officer response to that, and then we're going to have the report presented to us by an officer, and then we're going to have our debate. So I'm going to invite, the questioner we have here is James Littlewood, who is already sitting in the seat. Thank you. And James, would you like to go ahead with your question?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm James Littlewood from Cambridge Past, Present, Future. I'm also representing a wider coalition of organisations this afternoon. There have been some significant changes in relation to the CSET scheme. The preferred option for the local plan is to extend the biomedical campus next to the A1307. This won't be directly served by the new CSET route, whereas it could be served by one of the options discounted in 2018. This will significantly increase the benefit-cost ratio of that option compared with the current route. A factor in the DCC Board's 2018 decision to discount the route in the A1307 corridor was that it couldn't be formed part of the Cambridge Autonomous Metro. As you know, the CAM's been dropped, and given that CAM was a factor in reaching a decision on the preferred routes, there is a requirement to review that decision. Also, now the detailed route alignment of the CSETs is known, we can see that it will poorly serve the villages of Sawston, Stapleford and Shelford, and in some cases could undermine bus services that serve village centres. The planning inspector recently granted permission for a development including creating a new country park. The busway would run adjacent to this park, having a negative impact on the park. In other words, the negative impact of the busway has increased. And permission for Cambridge South Station will be granted ahead of the busway. The rail scheme will proceed first, and therefore the busway construction works will have to fit around or be delayed by Network Rail. This creates a risk of further delay compared to alternative options. An alternative busway within the A1307 corridor would deliver similar journey times and reliability at significantly less cost, more quickly, and with less damage to the countryside. Due to the expansion plans of the campus, it would also deliver better benefit-cost ratio. Please will the DCP review the decisions made in 2018 and 2021 against an optimal scheme in the A1307 corridor. Secondly, in relation to the paper in front of you today, option 2 of the proposed alignments around the retirement village would leave an area of land between the busway and Haverhill Road, which is no longer viable for agriculture. The landowner has already indicated that they will not allow this land to be used for mitigation because they have development aspirations for it. It's therefore almost certain that if option 2 went ahead, there would be a planning application submitted for housing on that land. Whilst the outcome of such an application cannot be known, there's clearly a risk that development could be granted in future, especially as approval has recently been given for a development adjacent to that site. Therefore, it's misleading to conclude that the impact on landscape, environment and greenbelt will be similar for both options. Option 2 carries a high risk of future harm, whereas option 1 does not. It's important that the consultation highlights the risk of future development associated with option 2, so that people are fully aware of the implications of their choice. Please will you commit to providing information about this risk as part of the public consultation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the city deal was signed to deliver the planned growth in the existing local plan and to address the previous infrastructure deficits across this area felt acutely in locations like the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. The preferred option was the most favoured at consultation, and it achieves that outcome. The future local plan has not yet been agreed, and so the basis of the question is speculative at best. The comment regarding benefit-cost ratio is factually incorrect. The CSETS project has always been planned and assessed as a standalone scheme. We're required to do that by Department for Transport. It also forms part of the GCP's wider integrated programme. It predates CAM, and Cambridge South East will deliver significant benefits to the biomedical campus and surrounding area. Cambridge South East was originally envisaged as connecting the campuses. Following consultation, following listening to local residents and local communities, the decision was taken to move the scheme closer to the villages and providing immediate stops at Sawston, Stapleford and Great Shelford. The off-road route provides a more convenient services to those villages in comparison with the A1307 service. Major transport scheme development follows a prescribed process, and I know I sound like a broken record because I say this at every meeting, but it follows a prescribed process. We are obliged to follow it. The CSET scheme has followed this process. Finally, in terms of the second question, GCP operates in a rich governance environment. Planning issues, including the theoretical question around possible future planning applications, are an issue for the local planning authority. They're not an issue for the GCP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks, James, for raising those issues. We'll now go on to look at the report itself, and I'm going back to Peter to present that, please.
Just a few opening comments. The scheme is well established. The background to the scheme is précédé at quite length actually in the paper. The report is focusing on a particular planning application in Stapleford that was granted an appeal just before the end of last year, and the response to that planning application. The planning application impacts on a small element of the route in Stapleford as a result of a residential care village, which is outlined in sections 2. We've undertaken a review of the options to realign the route reflecting that, and we've had actually quite well, not quite, very positive discussions with the care home developers. In terms of managing and delivering that, and what we've outlined are the two realistic options. There's very little to choose between the two, so what we're suggesting to you today and then ultimately to the board is we will go out to consultation on both options, and this will then come back for your consideration probably at the end of this year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. So going to turn to members to comment on this. Would like just to recall the context, because we have, I think, at our previous meeting or the one before that, July, so a year ago, we did give the go-ahead to the entire project on the route, which is now being proposed to be varied. The report and the reason for the report and the reason for the consultation that would follow it is the planning issue in Stapleford. I don't see this as the opportunity to go back over the broader issues, because we have debated those quite exhaustively. So my guidance to members, obviously they can say what they want, but my guidance is to try and stick to the actual issue that we've got in front of us, which is to, and it's written in the report, to note the impact of the Stapleford Retirement Village planning application on the CSET's route, to comment on an additional targeted consultation for the impacted section of the route through Stapleford, and to note the commitment to continue to refine the scheme design to minimise the environmental impact it has. So are there comments on this, please? Claire. Heather.
Firstly, thank you to James for raising the issues that you have. You are right to raise these issues, but I do believe we'll look back on this as a decision well made. I think we do need to reduce the congestion in this area. I think there are small changes in this report and we should press on without being distracted too much. So the consultation, which we are obliged to do obviously and should do, needs to be very focused about whether people will use this, whether this is the right way or the other one. I think it's obviously disappointing that planning has ended up this way, but this is the real world that we're in, so we understand that these things happen, and I support the scheme continuing to go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Heather?
Thank you, Chair, and I should declare that I was on the committee when this got decided as well, but I couldn't tell you right here and now how I voted without checking, so I might not be one of the ones to blame. So yes, and I do take on board your comments, Chair, about we've rehearsed this. But also, when we think back to the conversation that we had just earlier about spending as well, I do think that this is a project that is highly expensive to do. And that doesn't necessarily, expensive doesn't mean wrong, as there are going to be merits to how this pans out. It is right to reconsult and not just make changes, so I'm pleased that we're consulting. However, when we did the initial consultation, since 2017, that's a very long time. And I would feel more comfortable if there was a third option in that consultation, with something that is potentially a lot better value for money and doing some sort of on-road and solution to it. Because we're talking about not wanting to remove projects with the finances the way they are, and if we're all honest with ourselves, the costs are only ever going to go up on what we're doing. So I think this is actually, everything happens for a reason. This could be a way of looking at it and seeing how the consultation, that doesn't override anything that's been, and I would say, Chair, we don't decide as an assembly. We discuss, but we don't decide. The board made the decision, not us. But I think it would actually give people an opportunity as well, that if then, whatever option that goes forward, they would have had a more recent opportunity to speak on the issues. And because otherwise we could just hear from 1% of people and not really get a true reflection, because they're thinking it's, there's no real difference in what we're consulting. And I do think we should take advice on that. When we're doing consultations, we are meant to give clear options. And there's not much in it. So I think we should have a third. My views, Chair. I appreciate I'm probably a lone voice, but I'm here to voice views, so that's what I've done.
Thank you very much, Heather. I'll leave others to decide whether it's only your view or not, but I've got Helen Valentine and Kristen Ann Rutter after that.
I support this scheme and I support this minor variation, and I think we do need to get on with it. We've been talking about it for a very long time, and we need to just make progress. My other comment, sort of question really, was around the timescales at the back end of the report, and whether they're still realistic, and whether, certainly for any future report, we could have a bit more detail, because we skipped straight from submit application for statutory consent to opening of the scheme.
with not much detail in between, and that just looks a little bit quick. I wish it, and hope it is that quick, but experience suggests it might not be. Thank you.
As I said at the beginning, I have an interest in this scheme as the CBC, and so within the interest, I'd like to make the point that having reliable transport to the site is incredibly important for the 20,000 employees, many of which live considerable distances away, and these are not all people. So this has been an incredibly important challenge for us as a campus, and so we are keen to see a reliable scheme that people will use and benefits all those workers on site. So that's a declaration, but it's a conflict declaration. My question in relation to the, sorry, I can't see your name, but in relation to what you just said, actually, that I have a question, is around, I don't understand, I'm naive to this, sort of consultations, and so helping me understand what's the consultation we're talking about in this paper, the time delay that that will introduce, and the scope of that consultation versus potentially what you're raising, which is a broader consultation. That would be helpful for me to understand. Are those different? And if not, what would that be?
I think in response to the proposition that there's a consultation on the on-road option, I'd refer Assembly members to section 129 of the paper. And it states there the on-road option along the A1307. During the scheme development process, on-road options were considered and consulted on. The LLF, Joint Assembly and Executive Board expressed support for routes that serve the local villages, as well as the 3 campuses. The route options were consulted on in 2017. The entirely off-road option was the public's preferred solution. Sorry, is it gone? Sorry, Claire. Beg your pardon. Yeah, I'll get really close to it now. So the key point is that the entirely off-road option was the public's preferred solution. No, so that's the public's preferred solution, off-road. It's the strongest business case of the 3 options, a key component of the prescribed assessment process, and serves the local villages. Now, I think it's absolutely democratic that we consult, but that we have to balance that with the overall public interest. We go about and have another extensive consultation and open up the possibility we're going to change our minds completely, then we're going to have to balance that with the inflationary costs that will have to be borne when we actually get this on site. So I don't support the idea that we go beyond an extensive consultation and we just focus on the proposition that's put in front of us, which is the narrow consultation on these 2 minor amendments to the route.
I'd like to thank James Littlewood for his question, and I'm still learning a lot about the assembly process and everything. One thing I am going to keep raising is about that biodiversity, and it's not covered in this what we're being asked for today. And I think further down the line there will be an environmental assessment of the scheme. We've done it. Okay. Well, I do believe that the GCP are looking at 20% net gain, and I'd be interested to see how that is provided here, and particularly we've got a lot more information from people like James about the actual value of biodiversity in this area, and it's not uniform across the route, and we must be focusing on the really significant biodiversity which we can improve in this area. But the other point is, again, maybe to come back, is we haven't got the Cam Metro, and we have routes coming into Cambridge, and we do need to look at what is the short and longer term opportunities we've got. And I think the future could be quite exciting, but we need to be thinking ahead. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie. I guess I remember the conversation earlier on in the project's progress. I think it was on this project particularly that the question of the biodiversity net gain issue and our target goal was first raised, and I think it was as a result of that conversation that we actually pitched it at 20% rather than only 10%. But could I wanted to add a comment, as I see no other hands myself, so maybe a little bit different in nature from some of the contributions. I feel that it was obviously quite frustrating to the progress we envisaged to hear about this planning issue, which now is causing this further iteration. And of course it makes the delivery of one of our schemes take longer, and that actually has impacts in relation to our gateway reviews and so on. So it feels like we were unsighted on this happening. It's very recently that we've effectively, as a GCP, signed off a route. So is it the case that it's only just now that we've heard about this, and could we have been alerted to it at an earlier stage to avoid this further iteration now? And secondly, are we so exposed to anything else happening like this along the route of any project like this, so that there could be a sudden planning development which at any stage to the end could cause us to step back and have to do another exercise? Because it seems like when we've made a decision on a route, it feels to me like there should be some sort of status to that route which gets recognised in the planning process. And I wonder whether you can help us understand that.
Sorry, Chair, I think I've been brought in because I was on committee when that went through in relation to the planning process. Now, you've got to bear in mind that permission was given some time ago when things weren't so long. And I would just say that we did know about it early doors, because when I had a walkabout with Councillor Richard Williams of the route, the officer that took us on that route, it was just after planning committee, and both of us raised it there and then on site that this application, was going forward.
Thank you. Peter?
A different application, Heather. This application went through on appeal. The District Council turned it down, and it went through on appeal in December of last year. And the issue actually is an alignment within the application that made provision for the scheme. It's a different alignment to the one we've consulted on. So it comes back to this transparency piece, which is why, albeit this is a very small change in the context of a wider scheme, it's appropriate to go back out to consultation. So we weren't cited on it. We have subsequently done a review with both planning authorities, so we're aware there are no other issues in this regard. And I think in terms of the material consideration point, the next step in the process is the application for a Transport and Works Act order. And once that then becomes a line in the sand, that then planning committees, it's something that then is materially considered, which is why we're trying to get to that point on schemes, because that's where you get some headline cover in terms of taking them forward. So hopefully that sort of answers your point, Jim.
But don't forget all the other questions.
Yeah, no, I'll say, if you're content, I'll jump back. So in terms of Heather's point, yes, 2017, I can reassure her that we consulted again in 2019-20 as part of the process we're obliged to go through, and I will say it again because it would be remiss of me not to, the prescribed process by the Department for Transport, which funnels the development of these schemes. And then I would link it back to that point we've just made on the Transport and Works Act order process. So we would then formally make an application to the Secretary of State. Not in all cases, but in 99.9% of the time, this type of scheme will then have a public inquiry, at which point everyone will have the opportunity to present their views for and against the scheme, and that will be considered by an independent planning inspector. So that hopefully will give people reassurance that the sort of the due process will take place. I think a thank you to Helen. I don't think I've ever sat here and been accused of being quick. Normally it's quite the others. We've previously supplied a fuller timeline in previous reports and here, and we will bring it back again in December when we anticipate this coming back. It was just a précis because we were focusing on a particular application. Chris and Anne, so that the point around if you're reconsulting, so this is a very small focused consultation which will just look at options A, B. If we were to go back to 2017 consultation, you are probably looking at a 3, 4, 5 year delay. And so the other side of that coin also is you can't unwrite what you've already written. So we held a consultation in 2017. The public gave their view. It was quite difficult to have another consultation 4 or 5 years later and say, well, we're going to disregard that, but you were going to pick another option. So we would need to be factoring that in, but it would be a significant delay if we were going back to that point. I think the point, Katie, on biodiversity is well made. We've had separate discussions about it. We've agreed a target, as the chair was saying, across the programme, largely as a result of conversations around the scheme. I think we need to be careful. It's not just about hitting the target we've set, instead of doing something really meaningful on biodiversity. So instead of maybe getting a whole series of little bits that, my bean counter could add up to 20%, actually we want something that genuinely delivers within the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here. So the conversations are continuing with the officers of various authorities as to how we could best do that in a far more meaningful and impactful way. And we're open to conversations with stakeholders as to what that looks like. And then say, Chair, hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you, Peter. Neil.
I want to make a very quick comment. I'm sure this is part of your remit, but I would urge very close working with Cambridgeshire Highways on the design of the busway as we come to this particular stage. I note on page 76, paragraph 5, that the case is based on the success of the current busway. There is also considerable learnings that we've gone through since then, as well as updated safety regulations and things, and the regulatory environment is itself in flux. So I just thought I would make that comment at this point. Thank you.
And we're working closely with county colleagues on that basis.
Okay, I'm going to rule a line under that discussion, and my observation is that there is a consensus in support of the proposed consultation, targeted, and we note the effect and the reason for that being the Stapleford Retirement Village, and that we note the commitment to refine the scheme design to minimise environmental impacts, and I think probably would want to reflect that includes not just minimising environmental impacts but also securing meaningful net biodiversity gain. Heather.
Yes, Chair. One of my clarifications wasn't answered, which I appreciate you had quite a lot to deal with there, Peter. One was around the consultation process. Are we okay giving such narrow options? Because there are obviously rules around consultations. It might be because it's not a statutory one, we don't have to, but could you just clarify that this is okay to do this in that way?
Yes, we are. So we've gone through it with the lawyers. When we go forward to the public examination, we will be required, obviously, to demonstrate the evidence and the rationale. We'll also be required to outline the consultation that has taken place on the scheme from start to finish. At the moment, that is running to a considerable amount of consultation. This will be appended to that and will be placed before the inspector for his or her consideration. So yes, we've answered that question.
Thank you. And I was going to add as well as what I just said about the conclusions, was, and I'll make sure that we reflect the contributions, the range of them across the assembly in the discussion. So we go to item number 10. Now, if there is a desire, I can pause for 5 minutes before this next item, but we still have 2 further items to go, and if there's no one pressing, we could also get ahead a little bit. Does anyone like to stop? No. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, but please try and be back by the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll proceed with item 10, parking strategy update and residents parking scheme delivery, which is in the agenda pack between pages 87 and 226. So a lot of paper in this one. The sequence is going to be public questions, of which I think we have 3, followed by an officer response to those. Then we will have the officers present their report, and then we'll have our discussion. So I'm going to start. 2 of the questioners are in the room, so we'll start with them, and one questioner is going to have the question read out, and we'll take that third. So the first one is from David Stoughton, the Chair of Living Streets, Cambridge. David.
I'm coming to the summary analysis. If I go to the summary analysis of the results of the parking issues survey that was conducted, that's in section 5.27 of the report. It shows the results you get closely reflect those of our own surveys after the last 18 months. Namely, that the number 1 issue for pedestrians, and clearly for the majority of local residents, is parking on footways. We would submit that not only are there areas in which this problem is frequently experienced, there are also specific locations in which businesses and sometimes individuals have arrogated to themselves the pavement outside their premises as private parking space for themselves or for their customers, forcing all regular pavement users out into the road. This happens on major corridors such as the Newmarket Road, as well as in quieter locations such as St Andrews Road and large parts of the Red Cross neighbourhood. We'd be happy to share our findings with the Assembly if it's useful. It's significant to note too that the challenges presented by the school run and the problems of safety posed for school children come up at numbers 4 and 7 respectively. Together they might have been higher. And that these concerns are consistently reported to us too. The statement it actually comes up as 5.27.10 on page 161 of the report, offers a very succinct summary of our shared findings. Yet within the recommendations, there seems a notable absence of intent to address either of these issues directly. The assumption seems to be made that parking on footways and verges cannot be addressed directly until further legislation is enacted. We would also like to request, on top of that, we'd like to request closer examination of that assumption. Not only were powers to address this issue given by the then Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State Norman Baker in February 2011, but other authorities in England have addressed or are intending to address the problem directly. Locally, Peterborough is using TROs to tackle persistent parking on verges, and elsewhere, including in Sheffield, the intent is to take much broader action. We understand, of course, that the GCP may not be currently mandated to act directly in respect of pavement parking or schools' streets. And there are, of course, intractable historic problems in some areas, perhaps most notably in Romsey. But given these findings, it's surely possible to seek remedies and make recommendations to the Highways and Transport Committee of the County Council, for instance, and others who might have direct responsibility. Will this Assembly recommend that options to remedy these major concerns be investigated and the appropriate authorities be requested to take whatever action is necessary? And will you also seek to ensure that funds are made available for enforcement? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, David. We'll have an answer to that in a moment. But we'll first go to the next questioner, which is Josh Grantham, who is the infrastructure campaigner at CAMCycle.
Thank you.
Hi, Josh.
CAMCycle very much welcomes this report. The lack of an integrated policy on parking and more serious control over it has long been a blocker to a wide range of sustainable transport initiatives. Indeed, we would go so far to say that excessive parking provision has been the top blocker to achieving new cycle infrastructure in key locations on main roads. For instance, in the past, when asked for a mere 2 spaces to be removed to create 20 secure cycle parking spaces that would free up pavements of badly parked cycles, we have been told that this was impossible due to a lack of revenue. This lack of joined-up thinking has to change. The consultant's report, section 3.2.7, at long last states in black and white the clear problem with the previous residents' parking policy. The current County Council policy is that a new scheme cannot be introduced unless supported by 50% of residents in the relevant area responding to a consultation. This gives a small number of residents an unusual veto power which can affect policy for the whole city, restricting the County Council's ability to make changes to the highway network at a holistic city-wide level. The report is quite right to describe this as an unusual veto power. It is ludicrous to be spending tens of millions of pounds on welcome bus lane schemes when freebie parking still remains available within 10 minutes walk of the city centre. This is not joined up thinking. Does the committee agree that residents' parking must at last now be recognised not merely as a street-by-street issue, but as a strategic traffic management tool as well? And the introduction of parking and traffic management schemes which will benefit the city as a whole cannot be held up due to a small number of residents with unusual veto powers, and schemes should be introduced as soon as possible, even when there is not yet overall support in an area.
Thank you very much, Josh. I'll answer in a minute. And the third question was from County Councillor Alex Bulat, who can't be present, and Michelle is going to read us an officer.
The spring consultation clearly showed that football parking is the top issue highlighted for Abbey residents. As most of Abbey, except the few streets part of York area, is still under review for any scheme, I would like to ask the GCP Joint Assembly how it can work more effectively with the County Council and other stakeholders and support residents who will face football parking, verge and pavement parking in the meantime, until any other schemes are considered. Despite local enforcement presence and the football club promoting the use of park and ride, this remains a significant problem. So residents would like commitments on this particular issue, which is rather unique in Abbey as the home of our stadium. How can we tackle this issue and promote active travel?
Thank you, Michelle. And Alex, who asked the question. So I think it's Isabel who's going to respond.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So just starting with the question on pavement parking, absolutely, that was a key concern coming through the engagement that we did. And as well as creating kind of day-to-day issues, there is a particular equalities issue with pavement parking, given the way it forces more vulnerable users into the road. And although the government has been considering footway parking for several years, the Department of Transport has yet to follow up on their 2020 consultation, which looked at kind of taking further action to prevent it. So kind of as you identify, policy making locally for parking issues sits with the County Council. However, obviously, in dealing with pavement parking, that will be a key delivery consideration for any new residents parking scheme. So we will work very closely with the County Council in terms of kind of design of schemes and things like that to look at how we can address pavement parking issues in new schemes. Just taking the question then from CamCycle, so the paper does very much aim to take a citywide approach to parking, ensuring that future parking provision is much more strategically managed in order to incentivise use of sustainable transport options and make better use of space. And it suggests delivering parking controls across the city, starting with 6 schemes in the next 1 to 2 years. And the integrated parking strategy that sits alongside it in the paper recognises the need for future parking controls to balance the needs of a range of users and objectives. And kind of as mentioned in the previous answer, the policy for delivering new residents parking schemes is set by the County Council, and the Highways and Transport Committee at their next meeting will consider this more widely in terms of kind of going forward and delivering new schemes. Just then the question from Councillor Bulat. So absolutely recognise the issues that have been raised, and that's reiterated in the analysis that's been undertaken by our consultants, which identified matchday football parking as a key concern in the Abbey area, particularly adjacent to the city football ground. The paper suggests introducing parking controls across the city over time, including the Abbey area, and consideration can be given to matchday parking restrictions like some other football stadiums have in order to manage particular parking issues on those days. And we can discuss that with the County Council in terms of how best to facilitate that in the context of delivering those parking controls across the city.
Thank you, Isabel. And would you like to go straight on and present the report?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So the paper in front of you focuses on two areas, which I'll kind of take individually. So the first is the objectives and vision for an integrated parking strategy, and the second is the engagement on parking issues and delivery of further residents' parking schemes. So the integrated parking strategy has been developed with the city and county councils and considers how on and off street parking could be more effectively managed to reduce congestion on the network and promote the use of sustainable modes of transport, as well as cut pollution and emissions. It sits alongside the wider city access proposals, which were set out in the Making Connections consultation, as well as the current consultation on the road network hierarchy. And the paper is seeking the Joint Assembly's feedback on the vision and objectives for this strategy primarily. The focus is on rebalancing parking provision across the city to encourage people to use sustainable modes of transport for all or part of their journey. And this would include supporting walking, cycling and public transport use as people's preferred choice for most short trips and many longer ones, shifting demand for car parking away from the city centre to be served by an expanded network of travel hubs with car parking provision in the centre focused on specific needs, for example, Blue Badge. Creating more pleasant spaces in our city and on streets across the city, taking a livable neighbourhoods approach and repurposing space for wider uses such as car and cargo bike clubs, cycle hangars and pocket parks, and ensuring that all partners take a coordinated approach to parking, including moving to more of an area parking plan approach linked to place and network function. So reflecting this rebalancing, the objectives that are set out in paragraph 2.4 span a range of topics in addition to traffic management, such as the environment, economy, revenue and organisation. And the strategy is being developed with an awareness of the importance of parking revenue to city and county budgets. So if interventions were to lead to an overall decrease in revenue, alternative income streams would need to be found to avoid impacts on service delivery. And given the need to align the strategy with wider proposals to improve public transport and reduce congestion, more detailed recommendations will be brought to the Joint Assembly and Executive Board alongside the wider city access proposals in September. Then the second part of the paper focuses on residents' parking, which the GCP reinitiated delivery of following a decision by the County Council at the end of last year, and we started that with parking issues engagement at the beginning of this year. And the feedback from that engagement has been used to inform an initial delivery plan for further parking controls alongside a technical assessment of parking issues in areas of the city that don't currently have controls. So the delivery plan would see parking controls delivered over a period of time across the whole city, but starting with an initial tranche of 6 parking schemes, which are Romsey West, Romsey East, Elizabeth, Hurst Park, York and Wilberforce. So subject to the views of the Assembly and decision by the Board, these areas would move forward immediately, commencing with scheme design and consultation, with an aim of delivering the 6 schemes within the next 1 to 2 years. The delivery of schemes in the area around Milton Road will build on the informal engagement that has recently taken place with residents in the Elizabeth and Hurst Park areas, as well as the adjoining Asham area and Arbury Road. Prioritising all areas of the city and deciding on the appropriate nature of parking controls will take place in the coming months, including ensuring the delivery plan aligns with wider projects and proposals, and a second tranche will be brought to the Joint Assembly and Executive Board next year. And in bringing forward the new schemes, the GCP will seek to align these with the objectives and vision set out in the integrated parking strategy, including the need to balance a wider range of users and uses, and also to support the uptake of sustainable modes of transport. And in this way, we're trying to align the delivering of these parking controls with the GCP Sustainable Transport Programme. So it's about people having an alternative as well as better controlling the parking too. So thank you, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Isabel. I'm going to suggest that we try and divide the debate to reflect the 3 big annexes to the report. So first of all, to take comments about the integrated parking strategy and the vision that goes with that. Having done that, then go on to the issues that there are with parking today, which is covered by the second of the annexes, page 125 to 204. And then thirdly, to talk about the residence parking delivery plan, which is the third annex, page 205 onwards. So if you kind of try and order your comments in that sequence, let's talk first about the integrated parking strategy itself. Are there any comments on that? I see Christopher.
Thank you. A really good report, but I found myself drawn to the question Josh asked on behalf of CamCycle. It also picked up on the other question too. I would urge us as we design an integrated parking strategy to make sure that we lift right up out of it and remember what we're trying to achieve here in the much wider context. I'll try not to go into all of the detail, but for our city to thrive and be a great place to live and work, it needs to work, which means that some roads, highway if we call it that because it's used by all sorts of transport, need to work, others need to work less freely, and if we make the ones that need to work, then people will be less inclined to go elsewhere. That would free up a lot more road space available for all of the types of transport that we want to have, and that includes all sorts of vehicles, cycles, public transport and so on. So I would urge us when we consider this that we don't just address the parking need, but we think about how we can increase traffic flows where it needs to work so that our economy can continue. And that might mean removing parking from certain roads completely. And I appreciate that's a very difficult thing to consider, but I would urge us in the design, please, to lift right out and go, how do we make sure the city works rather than just take a number of schemes one at a time? Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. Helen.
Following up on the CamCycle question is really a question around decision-making processes and whether or not the County Council is going to be able to change the current rules regarding the 50% requirement as a precursor to the consultation, because it would be a shame if we had a lot of support, but we were unable to change the rules, and many of them fell by the wayside because, I don't know, 49.5% supported the schemes. So it's really understanding, perhaps from the county councillors, whether or not that is a rule that is possible to change.
Thank you, Helen. Claire?
3 points that struck me in particular. One is the comment that 50% of car journeys in the city remain in the city. So we should be looking at how many can be shifted and how. The second point that really struck me is that success in other cities has been achieved by putting substantial parking zones on the outskirts, which ideally fade away as we transition to less car ownership and car clubs, etc. So we do definitely need more parking in the outskirts to reduce the usage in the city. And the third point that struck me is the residents are in favour where they can afford to take on residents' parking schemes, and we should really make sure it is fair to less affluent areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Katie.
Well, I'm very pleased that David Stoughton from Living Streets came to speak, because CamCycle have been great. You know, they're great promoters of cycling and all of the issues, but really it's great to have a group now focusing on the needs of people who walk and use the pavements. So and that is actually, we have to focus on the people walking. It's part of the Equality Act, and we have to deliver it, not just in new schemes. We need every opportunity to adapt the existing built environment that doesn't allow people to move freely and safely around the city. So we have already had some conversations, the County Council, with Living Streets, and I'm really hoping that we'll hear you a lot more, and that hopefully you'll be coming back with some successes. One of the things I think we're talking about the different areas of residents parking, and I think longer term we need to be thinking of bigger zones. I think we need bigger zones for parking, so that if you have a resident of one zone area, you you're not limited to that space. You know, maybe the whole of Cambridge could be one residential parking zone. And the other point about the reduction in car movements in Cambridge, yes, we do have a stated reduction target of 15% from a year further back, which actually is, we're now looking at 25% reduction. But I really believe I've urged the board and the Assembly to be much more ambitious about car reduction in the city. We need to support the rural areas where it's much more difficult to reduce car ownership, and we need to be more ambitious in the city. But I think and this is one part in that journey going forward. But I truly believe we need high ambitions for decarbonisation, and this is part of that journey. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie. Karen.
Thank you. In the centre of the city. And then finally, thinking about micro-mobility as well, and the need to think about other types of transport as well, and space for those.
Sorry.
Something happening.
Did you finish? I'm
yes, sorry, I did. Yeah, everybody was looking that way.
Apparently the live stream has gone down.
Oh, okay.
And that was what I was being told.
Oh.
In the hope that it could be quickly fixed.
Is that right, Bob? It's all right. Okay.
It's all okay again. So there we are. Okay. Thank you, Karen. And the next on the list was Heather.
Thank you, Chair. So I think however this is done, obviously we do want car reduction in the city and throughout the whole of the probably world, really, if we're honest, don't we? If we're going to meet carbon neutral targets. But the equalities argument and what I've heard, and I think that's a big concern for a lot of people, doing the private parking and the parking permits, that involves a fee. And for some people that's going to be out the reach, and particularly at the moment we need to be really akin to that and make sure that whatever goes forward, and so the pros and cons of this, I think there are going to be people that agree with it, there are going to be people that don't. I think everything we do obviously is going to have that, but we really need to make sure that we're not going to do something that is going to help or hurt, those most vulnerable. Because we don't currently, cycling is not, it's great. Some people can't do it for mobility issues, and also some people just can't afford to do it. A bike is something that you need to get for lots of people. And I know people say about the car element, but if you've got children and everything else, not everybody's able to go down to one car and have the bikes that they need and everything else. So yes, very much I think we need more for safe walking as well, especially if you're like me and I've just pushed a double buggy around London, and that's an experience, I assure you.
Thanks, Heather. Neil?
Chair, I very much appreciate the work that the GCP has put in on this, and I think we're all heading in the same direction as far as making space within our city for cargo bikes and all of the various benefits of reducing free parking within Cambridge for moving around in Cambridge and also moving in and out. I think what I want to say is about the phasing of what comes before what. When people vote for these schemes, and we do need to take our voters, our residents with us, they are voting in favour of residents' parking scheme because they can't find a parking space for their car. And the idea that we would take away more parking spaces in the process, we would lose support. Now, I think what we need to do, it's different in different parts of Cambridge, and there are different streets that have different needs, and here I am actually talking a bit about Romsey, which is surrounded by areas that have parking schemes, and so there is incredible pressure, and we get people crying to us on the phone that there's just simply nowhere for them to park. So the idea that we would then say, let's reduce parking space, but if we first introduce residence parking, we know from experience that reduces pressure for parking. Longer term, we will have share cars and we can get more public transport and we can do all of the things we need to do. But I really, really think that we should first, as soon as possible, get residence parking in place across Cambridge, and certainly those places that have been previously consulted and do want it. They have been waiting an enormous amount of time. They were consulted before the halt was put on, and as you know, this is what people are calling us about all of the time, saying when. So if we can get some idea of when. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Neil. You're still on parking strategy here. Alex? Yeah? Go ahead.
I think we might have blurred the lines somewhere along the line
Well,
here.
don't blur them further. Don't blur them further.
I'll try not to blur the lines myself. Firstly, massive thank you to Living Streets for coming along and raising problem pavement parking and CamCycle. It's always really interesting to hear everyone's opinions on that one. When it comes to pavement parking, I think it's really important that we draw a distinction between the two types of pavement parking we're talking about. We essentially have problem pavement parking, one way of saying antisocial, places where people really shouldn't park on the pavement, the WO lines, etc., the likes of Mill Road, where people park on the pavement and block it up, where there is no excuse to be able to do it. And then we have the pavement parking that we see within the likes of Romsey, where it is tacitly encouraged, and the road markings, allow for that. So I think it's very important when we talk about pavement parking to separate those both out, because they have very different solutions and need to be dealt with in very different ways. As a county council, Neil and I both know that pavement parking is something we are very much trying to deal with, particularly the first part of that where it is a lot easier. Within Romsey, it is a much thornier issue, as I'm sure everyone is aware. The simple truth is that even if you took away the pavement parking within Romsey, I don't think the footpath would still be fit for a double buggy or a wheelchair or anything else. The pavements simply down all of those side streets are not wide enough. So therefore, I think along there we might actually need to have a radical rethink of how that road is laid out and what we do with that, whether it's taking away pavements entirely and just making it a street that's safe for everyone to be able to use. But I think that is a much broader discussion than simply the residents parking on this. And I think that deserves a full look at and analysis at some point. Onto the issue of the parking schemes that we've been shown today, very much appreciate bringing them along. The one comment I would have on them is that as somebody that previously lived in London within a residence parking scheme, and with the residence parking scheme, I was at the boundary of two different schemes. I do understand the troubles that can cause for local residents where you are at the boundary of two schemes. So I would encourage us, where possible, to look at making larger schemes where that doesn't otherwise cause other issues. Again, you will know that we have to be very careful with larger schemes because it can cause residents to then be able to park close to the shops or elsewhere. But I think Romsey East and West, for example, that we have here, I think there is an argument to just make that into a simple Romsey scheme. So I would ask us just to have a look again and figure out how we can kind of lower the pain for our residents as we move, I think, somewhat inevitably to more residents parking, because I think that is in the interest of our city. Thank you.
Yes, you were right. It was blurring. So as long as you don't make the points again when we do get to the right point. That's great. Thank you, Alex. I think I need to turn to Isabel. I had a point myself, but I'll wait until you've answered the others first.
Cool, thank you. In terms of kind of Christopher's point about making sure we deliver this in a joined up way and kind of think about, the impacts parking has on kind of access to places, absolutely. It's the whole point is to do this in a balanced way that thinks about, the wide range of uses that kind of the road space can have, not just kind of as somewhere to keep vehicles. So absolutely, that's the idea. I think in terms of kind of Helen's question around decision making, so it is kind of locally set policy how you deliver residence parking schemes, and it's done in the context of each specific programme. So this being a new programme of residence parking schemes, the County Council has the opportunity to kind of set a policy for the delivery of that. I don't kind of want to preempt what their decision will be, but certainly whatever happens, the needs of kind of residents and others will need to be absolutely taken into account in terms of the design and the kind of consultation element of it. But yeah, I don't want to kind of preempt that, but it is a kind of local decision. In terms of kind of Claire's points around reducing short trips. So absolutely, I think this is part of this is the opportunity to offer people alternatives by making better use of that space for things like car clubs, for cargo bike clubs, for cycle hangers, for all of that sort of thing as well, and try and kind of, you know, add in some incentives to kind of having parking controls as well as the controls themselves. And the point around permit pricing that Heather also picked up. So you're only allowed to kind of cover your costs through the kind of the scheme. So that does kind of place a limit on it. But I know again that that's something the County Council will be kind of looking at their next meeting in terms of kind of permit pricing as well. Sorry, Alex, to keep referencing that. In terms of kind of zone size, that I know several of you mentioned as well, I think there is definitely a kind of balance here. It's something that can be looked at as part of the engagement. And as we say, we don't want kind of too big zones because then people can kind of drive within them, but absolutely want to sort of make sure they're the right size for that as well. In terms of the kind of the comments on pavement parking, I think kind of Alex has given a sort of County Council perspective on that. I think what's really important for us from a kind of delivery perspective is to understand for each area, you know, what are the kind of parking pressures, how much of that kind of parking will be displaced by scheme, is there ways of phasing things in, but we'll continue to kind of discuss that with the County Council in terms of delivery as well.
Just make a point on the larger schemes, because I think this is something that really needs to be given some thought in relatively short order. So we know that early consultation on the schemes in the Milton Road area that's gone on. Actually, the size of the scheme is really quite important and being a key consideration. So I think it's something we're going to need to reflect on sooner rather than later.
Thank you. The point I wanted to ask you about, given that the discussion at this point was focused on the vision and the strategy, whether there is scope for an extra line in the vision which deals with the needs of access as a denominator. I mean, it's a little bit similar to the point Christopher was making, and it's not in conflict with any of the other points, but a lot of people look at this subject in terms of it being, what we're doing, being a potential frustration to people gaining access to a destination. And I think that our vision is clearly that alternatives to car trips provide equal or superior access and do connect up to other GCP objectives. But I do think that it would be of value to present more of a rounded image to the vision by including a line that presents a sort of as is now, where car trip access to destinations is typically inefficient and expensive, to one in which alternative means provide at least equal access. And I just feel it's complementary to what's there, and heads off the sense in which we can be accused of trying to stop people going places, which is not our intention, I think.
Yeah, I think you know, if the Joint Assembly wishes to kind of add something along those lines, that definitely, from my perspective, fits with the overall vision in the paper.
Okay, I'm getting some hands. Well, let's go Katie first, then Simon.
The vision is explicit about the demand for car parking. Perhaps we could actually add in the demand for cycle parking. Could we, you know, the residence parking deals with car parking. We know that there's a big demand for cycle parking, which is unmet, but there's problems when you visit people. There's a lot of homes where they have to bring their cycles into small corridors. That the need for cycle parking on the public roads should be recognised.
Yeah, so I was just looking, Katie, I mean, it is there, isn't it, in the third element of the vision. It only refers to increased demand for cycle parking, I suppose. It doesn't say that the vision includes increased provision for, but yeah. Okay, okay, so going now to Simon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to refer to the table 1, the vision for parking in Cambridge. And in box 4, there's an item, page 91. It says, car parking revenue vital for city and county budgets and service delivery. Car parking revenue falling. Identifying new income streams to replace any reduction in income to avoid impacts on service delivery. I just want to highlight how important that is to the City Council. I mean, the revenues have been up to about 11-12 million pounds a year. They've fallen back substantially because of COVID and changes in working practices, but we are now forecasting continuing year-on-year falls in income. And this is having a devastating effect on our overall budget, as you well know, Chair, and you've commented on this several times, and I've always agreed with everything you've said about this matter. And that in this context, you'll see elsewhere in the report, there are about 3,746 off-street pay and car parking spaces from which we generate this revenue. Now, to give you an example of what replacement, redevelopment of these car parking spaces might look like to generate new income streams, is the case of Park Street, which we've closed and demolished and proposing to redevelop with fewer spaces and a part hotel. And that is a £90 million scheme. And that doesn't even touch a tenth of the car parking spaces. So we're looking at an enormous amount of investment to replace these revenue streams. Now, I don't think that's actually possible, but what I'm saying is that the financial impact on the City Council of a strategy which does away with all of these car parking spaces is very, very serious, and we have to consider on the one hand the benefits the undoubted benefits that we get from taking cars out of the city, with the impact that it's going to have on our service delivery, and how regressive that might be for the poorest people in our community. So we have to balance this very, very carefully, and we can't just sort of forge ahead and have this devastating impact on our city council budgets at the same time. I mean, we need to have a further detailed analysis and discussion around this and how we're going to balance these two competing issues.
Thank you, Simon. I don't see any other hands. Are there any officer responses to those points?
Yeah, just in terms of the kind of revenue thing, I think it's worth saying absolutely that's one of the reasons why you're getting this in kind of two parts. So, you know, this is about the vision and the objectives, what we want to achieve actually in terms of kind of working through the how. We need to do that alongside the wider city access proposals, which is looking at the kind of at the whole. So, you know, hopefully that kind of more detailed analysis will come through when we bring this back in September.
Thank you very much. Does anyone in the Assembly object if we do ask the board to reflect the point that Katie made on cycle parking provision and that I made on access in general, and suggest those for inclusion in the vision? Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to go on to the second part of the discussion, which is about parking issues. This is problems with the current situation. In actual fact, a number of you have made some of those points already, so only fresh ones are invited at this point, and it still leaves the discussion on the residence parking delivery, which Neil doesn't need to make a speech on ahead of that, again. But are there any points, fresh points on parking issues related to the second annex, page 125 to 204? I'm going to trust you, Neil.
Do overlap. I am a little bit confused, but no, I want to actually re-mention something that Alex said about the difference between illegal and legal parking. Of course, that these are issues. The fact that we have a large problem, and this is something that I think is also something that comes back to county. So it's a bit of a shame in a way that we have the chair and vice chair of the county here. So we're a bit of the butt of the joke. The problem that was suggested or highlighted by Alex Bullet about the football stadium, we do have several problems like this, and again in Romsey we have periodic problems with mosque parking, that sort of thing. And so we do need to have some way of getting around that. And I'm not sure that this is really something that we can, or that you can address in terms of parking alone. It's about infrastructure and thinking ahead a little bit. Just to reassure you that on county we are very sympathetic to this. Both Alex and I were at the Local Government Technical Advisors Group yesterday in Westminster. We had a conference, and they were talking about the urban realm and how we can live better and more healthy lives in our cities, and that means making space for people. So this is why we are very much in support of what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. So you know, oh yes, Katie, come on. Yeah, go ahead.
An issue that I get often asked about is street trees where there is no residence parking, and it's worth noting that with bringing in residence parking scheme, it is an opportunity to improve the spaces between the buildings, and opportunity if the reduction in car parking spaces can be agreed, then even further there is an opportunity for street trees, which makes the place nicer, which helps keep the place cool, and a lot more. But that's not actually in here, but it's one of the added benefits of adopting a residence parking scheme.
Thank you. Heather?
Thank you. It's just on that, and I think that's one of the policies. I don't know if it applies to City as well as South Cambs, is the edible streets as well, and that can be quite a good thing to do, because the edible streets obviously self-pollinate, so less maintenance because you haven't got parish councils, but also it does provide access for those, we're talking about equality earlier, for fresh produce. So if I can put a little plea in, it might be my pet thing, Chair, but edible streets I think would be a lovely thing to see in the city as well as South Cambs.
Thanks for that. If I could pop in a contribution myself on this. Firstly, about enforcement. It does come up in a lot of the data that is analysed here. My own observation is that enforcement is not bad where it's paid for in the context of a residence parking scheme. But I don't see enforcement really being provided at all in relation to areas that are where people aren't living. So I'm talking about the city centre, parts of the city centre, for example, the places that are beyond the reach of the current residence parking schemes in the city centre, where there is no obvious enforcement patrolling in relation to places like Emmanuel Street, Burley Street, East Road, and in particular that's out of daytime hours, but it's also in daytime hours. And it seems that it is a bit of a cafeteria for people to stop their vehicle anywhere they choose, irrespective of regulations that are posted and advertised. And I think that it seems that enforcement, where it's paid for by residence parking schemes, it's general enforcement piggybacks on the back of that, but in actual fact, there are places around the city where it's still quite important, not really next to where residents live, but still where there are regulations that need enforcing. And I think that, to me, that's one of the big issues as a city centre councillor, to see that somewhere on the radar screen. And slightly in the same context, there's a reference at 4.3.1 in the annex, which says that there are some comments received not in relation to any particular scheme, and it describes it as about the Kite conservation area. Well, actually, the Kite is one of the existing residence parking schemes, so I think we can assume that that's in relation to that. And looking at the map with the dots on that people have input, it seems that in the existing area that's represented by that scheme, there was lots of input. And I just wondered whether, in relation to the written submissions, whether we could see some reflection of that by scheme, because that's the one thing that isn't in here. You've grouped them together, and then you've given scheme by potential scheme for others. And I think it would be important to know about our existing schemes. And when someone said earlier that, you know, it's possible to still park for nothing within 10 minutes walk of the city centre, it's possible to park within 4 minutes of the city centre for free. And that really is simply a loophole in the way the existing TROs are laid, reflecting another age when Sundays were not commercial shopping days. And lots of people would like to see that addressed in some form, and it does lie pretty central to what we're trying to achieve, I think, strategically. So sorry about hijacking on ward matters, but the city centre is quite an important issue, I think. Simon.
I'm trying to stick to the order of matters, Chair.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
I'll try my best. Tell me if I'm wrong. This is about, as you'll probably appreciate, as elected councillors have been out in the wild talking to people on the doorstep. And so we're fresh, we've had all the feedback fresh from the public, and it's ringing in my ears. And residence parking scheme is one of the top things that comes up on the doorstep. And I think we've got an issue with public perceptions. There's a lot of people saying to me they believe that it's a money-making scheme and they see it as a tax. And I know that's not correct, because I know that it can only be a self-financing scheme. But one of the things that they do observe, and they're correct on this, is that it is weekly enforced. Where I live in the square, we have a very active WhatsApp group, and every time a warden comes into the area, it's reported on. Everybody is alerted to the fact that there is someone there, and sometimes the person arrives outside of the actual enforcement time period and is notified of that fact, and they disappear quite quickly. So there is a view that it is weekly enforced. And one of the most egregious examples of weak enforcement was the fact that there was a car parked outside someone's house for 3 months and no ticket was ever put on it. So there is an issue there. So people are saying, we're paying for this, but it's not enforced. And then they see all the builders' vehicles arrive with no tickets on display and so on and so forth. And all the traders that I know complain about this bitterly because it's a very inflexible scheme, as the technology is available to download, pay for this on a mobile phone app. But when you go through the website and you look through the process and procedure for getting a business user ticket, well, you just want to die. You know, it's really, really clunky, and it's not fit for purpose. So there are some real issues there with, and I think all of this weakens political legitimacy for the scheme. And I think this is a communications issue that you need to be getting on top of to actually project and make people more aware of the facts of the matter, and to make sure the enforcement's been properly carried out, and to get people's understanding of the value of the value of it. That's my observations. It's not my view about parking schemes, because I think they're really important and we should be doing this. But I think we need to carry public opinion with us.
Thanks, Simon. Isabel, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thanks. So I think absolutely some of the kind of other uses of space, like street trees, edible streets, exactly the sorts of things that can be thought about as part of kind of how we make use of the space in the city. In terms of kind of the existing scheme, kind of in the issues that were raised as part of the engagement with existing schemes, we focused this report on the kind of delivery of new schemes, because that was kind of the remit that we had from the County Council, but absolutely kind of those kind of issues that have been raised, we'll kind of be doing the analysis of those and kind of passing that to the county as kind of a reflection of comments on that as well. In terms of kind of enforcement, I think probably the best thing is for me to kind of take those comments away and reflect them back to the county. I think obviously it's going to be a key issue for delivery of new schemes as well, and probably something that we pick up in September when we come back to kind of city access more widely and kind of how everything fits together. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think we now go to the third segment, which was on the third annex, which is the residence parking delivery plan. So we already know what Neil thinks about this. Kristen Ann.
My point, I think, builds on Christopher's and your chairperson on the objectives we considered in the first bit. You know, the flow through of objectives, because obviously the Greater GCP Executive Board, as issued in 1.2.4, has 4 objectives, and then how those link to the objectives we just discussed. I'm very supportive of getting an access one in there, because then I come to this bit and we've got a different set of categories and criteria by which we're judging these schemes, and I'm sure there has been a link between them, but if we've just defined the objectives in our vision for the integrated parking scheme, it would then seem helpful to be able to prioritise the tranches against those as opposed to a different set of criteria, because we can't really judge whether these are the right prioritisation without the input into the having agreed that the criteria for prioritising them are right. And so I'm just struggling a little bit with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions here? Yeah, Romsey should be best. Yeah, top, first, whatever. Go on, Neil.
I won't reiterate that. I really appreciate the input from CamCycle and Living Streets, and what we're trying to do, I think, is to reduce the expectation that there will be a parking space when you drive into the town, and then people won't attempt it, and then they won't be parking on the verges and all this sort of stuff. But the phasing is important, because then we can work together with the county council and do things like cutting back foliage, which is blocking streets, and try and pavements, and try and make pavements that are less deadly to walk on, and that sort of thing. So we need to sequence it and make sure we are on the same page. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Neil. Helen, and then Katie.
Yep, thank you. In terms of the schemes, I think I agree with Christine Ann's point on the prioritisation matrix. These can be a bit sort of artificial. Nevertheless, I think I accept the priorities identified. Having previously lived in Romsey and now at Queen Edith, there's quite a difference, I think, in terms of the urgency of dealing with Romsey. But I'd like to reiterate, I think it was Alex's point earlier, that it seems to me it'd be daft to try and separate the two Romsey projects from each other, and I'd probably include York in there as well, and try and do all of those as the first tranche at the same time, if that was possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Helen. Katie, and then Alex.
Councillor Alex Boulay was asking about, highlighting the problem of the transport, people driving in for Cambridge United, and it is a real problem, and it needs to be considered very carefully, and we want to support our local football team who are doing well. But there may be other events, there are other events that occur maybe once a year or every 6 months, and the football is more frequent. And the accommodating how people get to these events, I know they are considered for, like the Cambridge Folk Festival, but for the football, it does need to be resolved. I think it may be more working with the Cambridge United and the Highways Authority, but it's interesting that we've got the road hierarchy consultation, and this is all part and parcel of resolving the movement through Cambridge. So it mustn't be forgotten, and it must be one of the priorities to resolve. So I'm really looking to the county councillors to kind of take this on board, to maybe try and work with the Cambridge United now to find, to provide short-term solutions to maybe a better longer-term solution.
Alex, then Claire.
Ewan, sorry for blurring the lines, Chair, earlier. Coming back to something Neil said earlier, I mean, so as I say, yesterday we were at a conference called Greening the Black, and it was about how to make urban realms far more appealing and livable to people. And one of the takeaways from that was that small, often inexpensive changes can make areas far better and more appealing to residents. And another takeaway from that was that in London, when they introduced the congestion charge, introduced various other things, there's often a window of opportunity where the number of cars kind of dies down, where you suddenly have this chance where you can actually make changes that will vastly improve quality of life. So I wonder if there's an argument here to be taken to the board that when delivering these schemes, we look slightly further than just putting in the residence parking, but we look to see whether there are fairly inexpensive measures that can be put in at the same time to really improve the quality of life of our residents. We've seen, obviously we've got Mill Road coming up at the same time, and there's been a lot of talk of parklets and various things like that. I wonder whether with the Romsey scheme there are other small-scale interventions that we can deliver in tandem with the residence parking at the point where the traffic does reduce down to really improve the quality of the urban landscape. Thank you.
Alex, Claire?
To follow up Katie's point, actually, I mean, you mentioned the football club, but also the folk festival. But if you think about it, a lot of big events go on in Cambridge City, the marathon, the Race for Life, Chariots of Fire. It's a place where a lot happens. So I think there's a big communications job to be done here. It's not just, as Simon was saying, for the residents, but it's also people who come in for big events who will be coming in from the Greater Cambridge area more widely. So what is the aim of this scheme? Who is it for? What good is it going to bring, not just to the residents of Cambridge, but to everybody who uses the city? I think probably there is a big communications job to be done there.
Thank you, Claire. Isabel.
Cool, thank you, Chair. So just in terms of the comment around kind of the objectives of the integrated parking strategy and kind of how that matches up with the delivery plan. So I think there's kind of a couple of points. So first of all, around kind of the parking strategy being very clear, you know, it is about delivering kind of for the whole of the city, but perhaps kind of targeting key areas first. And I think there's a kind of other point around how we kind of bring the integrated parking strategy actually into the delivery of some of the schemes. So partly about how we prioritise, but then also how we deliver them in terms of balancing that kind of wider need of users, balancing the different uses, including some of the things that have been kind of mentioned, and you know, small interventions that do make the kind of place better. So you know, there is kind of meant to be a join up there. I'm sorry that hasn't been super clear, but we'll kind of try and bring that out a bit more. In terms of kind of sequencing, I think you know that will be important, both in terms of kind of within areas, but also in terms of that link up with providing the alternative for people, and kind of in terms of scheme boundaries, we touched on that, but certainly something that kind of we aim to pick up as part of the kind of consultation, and you know, things like you know, taking forward consultation on kind of the Romsey area as a whole is something that certainly we would look at doing. I think kind of in terms of the football parking point, yeah, it's a combination of kind of measures supporting that, including this. So you know, we will kind of discuss that with the county council, and then the kind of point about you know, obviously how people access the city. Absolutely, I think that's why this is a part of a wider strategy, which is about kind of giving people that alternative, and you know, take the point about kind of making sure we communicate that well to kind of not just to residents, but to kind of people more widely as well.
Thank you very much. So really the key here is the list in pink on page 218 in the appendix of the proposed first tranche of schemes, and our comment on that is invited. It's quite a difficult thing to unpick if anyone wants to try that. We could be here for some time, and I didn't really hear any contribution so far which says these are the wrong schemes. Although Claire has just put her hand up. So do you want to say?
So I think they are the logical schemes. So looking at the maps and thinking through the territories there, they are the logical schemes. So I am in support.
Thank you for saying that. So unless there is dissent to that, I think that is the important message to take to the board from that part of our discussion. And looking back at the other things that we are invited to do, I think we've picked this up along the way. We've commented on the vision and objectives. We had a couple of suggestions that appeared to have support, which we'll take to the board. The feedback on the parking issues, I think we have a number of things that we will include that members around the room have raised, and we'll reflect that to the board as well, and that we support these schemes, as mentioned, for the first tranche. So I think we've finished that item, and thank you for your contributions with that. Now we go to the final item on the agenda, which is a very short report, but has attracted a number of questions and some debate.
Chair, can I just say we're just circulating the public questions because I understand we hadn't done that, and there are quite a few on this item, so we've just got hard copies that are being brought round now.
You're going to hear it anyway. Yeah. You'll be able to follow it with your finger. Okay.
Chair, and if I may, we're also very pleased to have the A team with us on this. So we've got David Allard, who's the Assistant Director of Infrastructure and Stuff from the County Council, and Stephen Kelly, who's the Joint Director of Planning and Other Stuff from South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City Councils to assist us with this and you with the deliberations on this.
I have a request for a quick comfort break. So I think that Heather gets her desire to read the paper. but don't everyone disappear, please, because we'll pick it up straight away. Item 11, Waterbeach Station relocation. In your agenda pack from page 227 to 231. Sequence will be public questions, followed by answers from officers, followed by the presentation of the report, and then our discussion and debate. So, I'm going to say also that Appendix 1 to the report is a confidential and exempt item because it refers to information about the financial business affairs of a particular person, including the authority holding that information. And if we need to discuss information in there, we're going to have to go into confidential session. My intention is that by default, we should try and stay in public open session, or at least for as long as possible, so that what we're talking about is transparent. But if it does prove necessary, then I will read out the resolution to exclude the press and public, and after we've done that, I will reopen it so that the conclusions of our discussion can be known. So just to give you that heads up of where we're going. The first then is public questions, and there was a large number, and I'm first going to ask the only one of those who's actually in the room, Elizabeth McWilliams, to ask hers. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. This question concerns the proposed use of £20 million of public money moving Waterbeach railway station to the new town. The city deal is worth an average of £33 million per year, so this is a considerable proportion of that. Planning permission to move the railway station was granted by South Cambridgeshire District Council on 9 January 2020. Waterbeach Parish Council made multiple objections and raised concerns about where the funding would come from were S106 monies not available. South Cambs held a special meeting on 29 January 2021 to consider Waterbeach New Town Part 2, that is the RLW development. The committee agreed that no dwellings should be occupied until the approved railway station has been completed and is open for use, and the link road with the A10 has also been completed and is open for use. It now appears that the negotiations on the S106 agreement have come unstuck, including over the station location, with the developer agreeing to pay only 17 million out of the required 37 million. We appear to be stuck in a situation where one of the partner bodies, South Cambs, has made planning decisions that it can't deliver, and now 4,500 homes might not be built unless the station is moved at public expense. Wouldn't it make more sense for the GCP to be involved in these big planning questions, rather than being asked to fund the consequences of them with the difficult fallout of other when the difficult fallout of other projects will have to be cancelled?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I'm now going to go to Michelle, who has a lot more to read out. So the first is a question, a combined question from Helen, Jazz and Nigel Seamarks.
Thank you, Chair. We object to the proposed 20 million loan to RLW and ask members to confirm whether they feel this is a good use of public money. This is a controversial project. The housing application was passed by one vote. How can the GCP discuss lending or funding a developer 20 million whilst member organisations of the GCP are discussing Section 106 monies and still to complete key planning issues? Until the Section 106 funding is complete and signed off, this item should be deferred. The press and public should not be excluded from the discussion to ensure transparency. RWL is not delivering the number of low-cost houses as per the CCC SCDC obligations. GCP should only support housing infrastructure projects that meet CCC SCDC rules. 20 million of public funds could fund many low-cost homes for young persons. RLW is made up of a number of wealthy institutions who have the funds to bridge this gap, as demonstrated by publicly available accounts. St John's College is a member of RLW, and they have 20 million available for investments. In 2019, St John's Investment Fund had over 6 million investments and 60 million in cash. The GCP should reject the call for public money and remind RLW that their application was fully funded and accountable. This is potentially a poor return for the local taxpayer. The GCP should explore how the 20 million payment to the developer will be recovered. The car park revenue needs to be reviewed by a third party. Waterbeach Station car park is not really used, with the public preference being free on-street parking. As St John's College will gain from the 20 million if approved, we assume full transparency with the university members of the GCP declaring an interest. With inflation, are members confident 20 million is sufficient? The GCP should offer Waterbeach residents a non-binding local referendum if 20 million of public purse should fund the station move as part of the local engagement. The residents of Waterbeach petitioned in vast numbers not to use Bannold Road and Cody Road during construction. If the GCP feel the public purse should fund the station relocation, it should attach a condition to the loan that RLW must use the UNC A10 entrance for construction vehicles. UNC mentioned at the last village public meeting that UNC and RLW have now found a way to share the new road infrastructure. At the time of planning, RLW and UNC were not engaging. As this has changed, the A10 entrance condition should not be an issue.
Thank you very much for that one, Michelle. Whilst you catch your breath, I can't really see and do much else, but pause and then say the next one is from Jude Sutton, the co-chair of Waterbeach and District Bridleways Group.
Waterbeach and District Bridleways Group represents 150 riders from Waterbeach, including riders attending Hall Farm Stables Riding School, which is the local riding for the disabled centre, and an additional 50 riders from surrounding villages, plus the College of West Anglia, who also share interest in the local access routes. It also represents some 200 horses owned by these riders and riding establishments. The group are British Horse Society members. Question: we object to the obstruction by default of intense building and vehicular traffic of the ancient and important equestrian access route at Bannold and Crossdrove. Current design plans fail to provide for the needs of equestrians, who are now classified as equally vulnerable road users by the 2022 Highway Code. Will GCP, CCC, SCDC ensure installation of NMU bridges, multi-user bypasses to provide access and crosslinks between Bannold Drove, Crossdrove, so equestrian rights-of-way on this ancient byway are protected? Inclusion of equestrians on all related shared active travel greenway paths and any underpasses, with the quality of the shared paths being suitable for equestrians. Protection of the amenity of Bannold Drove by ensuring parity of access for equestrians and equal soft surface meterage to hard top. The public purse is not used to fund the station relocation, which is a design desire of developers to have London train access, not the existing community, and published accounts of both developers and related consortium members show sufficient monies to fund it. We request that our representing body, the British Horse Society, are identified as consultees on the station relocation project and engaged with accordingly.
Thanks, Michelle. Two more to read out. The next one from Roxana Sislariu.
Yeah. Although I do not fully agree with relocating the existing Waterbeach station, instead of fulfilling the condition of planning application number S/2075/18-0L for the completion of a new train station in New Waterbeach, after reading the available documents, I understand why it could stand as a suitable compromise. As shown on the illustrative map A1P included with planning application number as stated, the relocated station's location has the potential to nicely serve both the existing and the new part of Waterbeach. However, I believe that the relocation of the station imperatively requires a series of supporting infrastructure projects, such as an extensive network of safe bike lanes, bike parking, and pedestrian streets to facilitate sustainable transport to the relocated station all the way from the peripheral areas of Waterbeach. Is there a plan for creating cycling infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure to connect both the new and old town together and to the relocated station? And if so, when and where will it be made available to the public?
Thank you. And then the last one is from Jane Williams.
First, I would like to raise the following points with the committee. Page 227, para 1.4 in the agenda pack states, this is incorrect. The resolution was to grant permission at the committee meeting, not grant permission. This is a significant factual error. A decision notice has not been issued as Section 1 agreements have not been signed off to enable permission to be granted. The application is awaiting decision. Page 228, para 1.6 is also factually incorrect. Question. RLWE repeatedly stated at public consultations that they, as the developer, would fully fund the relocated station. Why were RLWE unable to secure a commercial funding arrangement? Does this indicate the risk terms are so difficult that no funder was available to them and would make improvements whenever it was reasonable and cost efficient to do so? We would point out that equestrians are entitled to benefit from public funding in the same way as other active travellers, not least because the equestrian industry, excluding the racing industry, contributes over 100 million to the Cambridgeshire local economy every year. Despite significant planning consultation submissions by both the British Horse Society and Waterbeach District Bridleways Group, the current plans for the relocation of Waterbeach include no provision for the safeguarding of the amenity of Banals Drove Byway for soft surface users, pedestrians, dog walkers, runners, off-road cyclists, carriage drivers and horse riders. Proposals are for a permanent change to the surface from a semi-soft surface track to a hard top. Currently, there is the ability for equestrians to walk, trot and canter along the drove. Banals Drove links to Cross Drove Byway, is well used by equestrians and provides one of only two circular equestrian-friendly off-road routes in Waterbeach as it links to Long Drove. The plans for Waterbeach Greenway, pedestrians, equestrians, cyclists include links to Banals Drove. Can the Assembly please confirm that the railway station relocation will be required to include safe off-road access provision for users of the byway with appropriate surfaces, i.e. at least 3 metres soft surface amenity and links to the existing and proposed NMU network? We would ask that the British Horse Society and the WDBA are consulted during the design process and their comments used to inform decisions.
Thank you, Michelle. And I'm sorry about the false dawn, but you actually have another one. Yeah, I missed it too. This is from Linda Wharf.
Oh, okay, sorry.
County Access and Bridleways Officer, Cambridgeshire British Horse Society.
Oh, my apologies, Chair. I think I skipped over the one. So to be fair to Linda Warren, I've read most of hers except for the very starting sentence, so I'll quickly read that. We appreciate the Transport Director's confirmation recorded in the last minutes regarding equestrians that the GCP would not worsen the current infrastructure, and obviously what I just read out was the rest of Linda Wharf's question. What I didn't do is read out the rest of Jane Williams, and I do apologise for that. I will just quickly go through from does this indicate the risk terms are so difficult that no funder was prepared to commit? If so, why is the GCP prepared to do so? Payback based on station car park revenue is not the same as profit. Revenue is total income pre-deductions. If revenue is anticipated at only 200k per annum, not all of this is likely to be available to pay off the GCP loan. This gives a loan payback period of at least 100 years. As the GCP is already overcommitted by 112 million, is this a wise investment use of City Deal? How will City Deal be match funded to cover the shortfall and fund City Deal projects? It is noted that this will only be a partial completion of the relocated station. What guarantees have been given that RLWE will be able to complete and fund the build in the future? What is Network Rail's position regarding the capability of the station being delivered by 2025? At what stage of negotiation are RLWE, Network Rail, to enable delivery? How much will it cost to decommission the existing station, and who will fund it? RLWE have financial obligations to mitigate the impact of the relocated station in the Waterbeach Village area and beyond, including public realm road footpaths. Will funding be available? What business model predicted numbers are the GCP using for the Waterbeach Greenway, segregated busway, park and ride and relocated station? Has the change in working patterns due to COVID been considered? Policy SS/6 para 3.42, SCDC adopted local plan states, the existing A10 is at capacity and road improvements will be required, including measures to address capacity at the Milton Junction with the A14. Both developers of Waterbeach Newtown, Urban and Civic, and RLWE have substantially underfunded transport plans, as stated by Sharon Brown, SCDC Assistant Director of Delivery. And it says, see link to the broadcast of the Planning Committee held on the 29th of January 2021. With this in mind, should the required infrastructure for Waterbeach Newtown be looked at as a whole rather than individual developer schemes?
Thank you, Michelle. Herculean effort. Thank you very much. Right. Well, even though there was a bit of confusion about some of those, they are all published online for everyone to see, and that is the basis on which officers have prepared their responses. So I don't think anything is going to go wrong because of that. So who is, Peter, you're going to lead on this.
Thank you, Chair. So taking the questions in turn, in terms of Elizabeth McWilliams' question, planning issues are a matter for the local planning authority. The GCP will continue to seek to support planning colleagues in delivery of the extant local plan in accordance with the City Deal objectives. Turning to the question from the CMARCs, the Local Planning Authority and Highways Authority are the regulatory and consenting authorities for the planning development. They have agreed a strategic approach to the site, including the relocation of the rail station and the viability of the site. The viability of the site has been assessed and the rail station is not deemed affordable by the development. The City Deal was signed to support delivery of the local plan, and money was made available by government to fund delivery of the City Deal. The issue regarding the Section 106 is pertinent. An agreement with the developer will only be entered into if a signed Section 106 is in place and the regulatory authorities are content. And we continue to work with planning and highway colleagues to that effect. The GCP is already working with South Cambridgeshire District Council and the County Council to introduce civil parking enforcement across South Cambridgeshire. Free on-street parking around the station may very well not be an option when the station is open. The construction management plan will be agreed by the local planning authority. The local planning authority continues to engage with the developers over this issue, and the GCP will support the local planning authority in these endeavours. Turning to the question from Jude Sutton, Bannow Drove pardon me, will not be lost, it will stay as a byway. The planning approval for the relocated rail station provides for an east-west road access that crosses the byway and upgrades the route south of this crossing. A circular bridleway route is shown on the parameter plans of the RLW development. There is already a tarmac highway that serves the sewage works from Bannow Road. Any changes to the design details of the byway north will need to be agreed at a later stage between the local planning authority, highway authority and the developer. The relocated rail station has planning permission to support the delivery of the new town. As I've said previously, the viability of the site has been assessed and the rail station was not deemed affordable. The City Deal was here to deliver and support the extant local plan. The paper makes clear the GCP commitment to engage with the local community and local stakeholders should the Executive Board decide to take this scheme forward. Then that engagement will commence and will take place. Turning to the question from Roxana, the GCP has an extensive plan of investment in the area. So we are looking at a new guided busway, active travel route, complemented by the Water Beach Greenway, which is planned for delivery in 2025. And this will further complement the agreed outputs that the local planning authority has secured from the developers in the area. The question from Jane Williams, we've discussed, or I've discussed the viability of the site previously. The developer has, despite trying to develop a business case for the station, not been able to secure funding from the rail industry. So the Department for Transport and Network Rail have not been willing to commit funding to the project. The city deal was designed and signed to secure deliveries of the local plan, and that is the reason why the question is being put to you and will be put to the Executive Board. The car parking revenue will not pay off the capital investment. The investment comes from government as part of the city deal. The local planning authority has agreed that viability reviews will be undertaken during the life of the development and could provide a potential uplift in contribution to the public sectors going forward, and that is something that the regulatory and planning authorities will address as part of their ongoing management of the site. Network Rail have been involved in the development of the station proposals hitherto, and that will continue to be the case going forward. The developer has entered into obligations with the local planning authority and the highways authority as part of this development, and I would fully expect the relevant authorities to hold the developer to account. The local planning authority and highways authority are the relevant statutory authorities, and they have been reviewing the infrastructure requirements across the site in terms of the wider Waterbeach Newtown proposition. The Greater Cambridge Partnership continues to keep business case assessments for major projects under review following COVID and indeed any other changes, as we're required to by the Department for Transport, and we're doing that in accordance with the Department for Transport advice in terms of the pandemic and the response to that. In terms of the question from Linda Wharf, Bonald Drive is already tarmacked as far as the sewerage works, and details of that surface beyond that are not part of the rail station planning permission. The environments of the rail station will be delivered as per agreed by the local planning authority in the extant planning permission. But again, our commitment to, should the Executive Board decide to take this project forward, then with the commitment to engage with local stakeholders and the local community on delivery of the station is assured, and I think we outline in the paper that. I think that's the response, full response to the questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I think it's Niamh who's going to present the actual report.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to set out the kind of context for the proposed involvement of the GCP. Then I suspect there may be some questions around some of the detail, and Stephen has kindly agreed to join us to try and pick up any viability planning questions. So this proposal is about housing delivery and unlocking 4,500 homes. It's less about transport. And just, you know, the key to this is unlocking those homes. Peter's mentioned it, that the city deal was signed in order to accelerate housing growth. And actually, in referring back to the deal, it acknowledges the importance of delivering the Newtown at Waterbeach. As part of that, it's literally written into the deal. There's more context in there, but a sentence, for example, from the deal: the city deal will ensure further economic growth by enabling and connecting housing growth. So this is the kind of core of I guess why government committed funds to this place. There's a requirement
to relocate the station. We know that as part of the planning decision. In order to unlock these homes, the station has to be moved, and the proposal in front of you today is a means of meeting that requirement and using the city deal as a kind of mechanism to do that. That's my very quick context, Chair, and I'm sure members will have comments and further questions.
Thank you very much. And as Niamh pointed out, we have with us Stephen Kelly on the end there, who is Joint Director of Planning for South Cambridgeshire and the City. And as Stephen has to go soon, it may be sensible that I just ask for initial questions of clarification with which he might be able to help specifically before we go into the more general exchange of views that we have, and then we at least have the information we need before Stephen leaves. So I've got Heather first. Go ahead, Heather.
You, Stephen, will be used to my lists. Sorry, I'll try to make it too painful. So back in 2018, we first had the issues of ransom between the developers. For those not familiar with Waterbeach, there's two developers within the new town. And we were sort of warned back then that could cost quite a bit of money if it was to drag on. So do we have can we have some clarification as to whether the ransom issue got dealt with, or whether it's how long it took and how much that cost? With the viability assessment and the clawbacks, the affordable housing, we fought very hard on the first application, and hopefully that will be secure. But what priority and what is the hierarchy going to be of the 106 clawbacks? Because what we don't want to see is money coming back for a railway station, and then actually we go from 30 to 20% affordable housing. We just spoke earlier about the GCP struggling for that. We don't want to see that go down as well. And on the viability assessment, when we do those, what is the cut-off? How much profit are we actually enabling the developers to make on it? And then I think my other list is probably more opinion, so I'll leave those with Mr. Kelly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Heather. Christopher.
Thank you. I understand and get the point. It's most struck by the fact of being unable to secure £20 million commercially for against such a large development. But my question picks up on a point made in paragraph 4.1 on page 229, which refers to the impact of this not happening, potentially delaying the development of these houses, our obligation to help accelerate the plan. What actually happens to the local plan or anything else if this is delayed, 5 years? I don't mean specifically. That's my question.
Thank you, Christopher. Claire?
Two things. One, I'd like to probe how definite is the assertion that it is unviable for RLW or WDC to fund this. That's quite a big assertion. And whether it is possible to include a way to recoup the money or more if the project is ultimately profitable. And secondly, the risk of overspend looks as though it's with GCP, and I'd like to pick up on that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Simon?
Chair, I'm troubling with the 11 questions, I'm afraid. The £37 million divided by 4,500 dwellings works out at £8,222 per dwelling. At £17,377,800 per dwelling. On what assumptions were the sensitivity analyses based? What if these assumptions prove to be too conservative? Are there provisions for clawback, and if not, why not? Bankruptcy. What if the developer goes bankrupt? Will the debt be secured via third-party guarantors or charges against assets? Cost overruns. We have to assume there will be cost overruns. It's inevitable. Which party picks up the cost overruns? How are they going to be funded? How are they going to be recovered? Inflation. What if a high rate of inflation is sustained for the 16-17 years from 2025 to 31 or to 2042 if the GCP renews its city deal? What are the proposals for index linking and interest? If there are no such provisions, the developer will be looking at an appreciating asset, an inflation-linked asset, with a fixed debt. Housing delivery timescales. The build-out rate is 225, 230 dwellings per annum. This is equivalent to a dwelling completion on and sale every working day. So the GCP ends at 2031. The developer will have met the first trigger point of 5,000 completions by the end of 2030. I would have to pay 4.25 million in 2030 and the balance of 12.75 million in 2031. What are the penalties for failing to pay and legal remedies to enforce payment? If the GCP continues between 2031, the developer has an interest-free ride to 2042. So why is this part of the deal when the developer has apparently accepted a 2031 repayment date? What happens if the developer stops at 3,999 dwellings and decides to land bank the last 500 dwellings? Station car park. Why is it not proposed to be a public revenue generating asset in perpetuity? As a completed income producing asset, it could be worth a lot of money, and the revenues could fund community development activities or other kinds of support for the new community which are vital for their sustainability and social cohesion and success.
Thanks, Simon.
I've got another meeting in a few minutes, so I may have to leave, and I apologise for that. Thank you.
I'd just like to add to those, and then I'll go to the officers to respond. I follow completely what was described in the introduction, that the broad purpose matches the purpose of the partnership and the city deal. I get that completely. What I do not get is the lack of a foresight. I mean, we're dealing with investment projects of high value that take a number of years to deliver. We go through a process of identifying an investment priorities and a pipeline. What's different about this is that it's frustrated that process and has arrived, for most of us, from nowhere. And that really marks it out. And I wonder why we have that lack of foresight, why this hasn't been identified right from the beginning. We had a local plan for several years now, why this wasn't anticipated and part of our bidding process, where we could have then had a concerted process of deciding whether 20 million here was delivering more than 20 million there, and so forth. I just wonder why there has been the absence of foresight in it arriving on our table. I'm not sure between the officers how they're all going to handle the many questions now, but who's coordinating that? Neve?
Stephen start, particularly in light of timescale, and then we'll cover the rest between us.
Stephen.
Thank you. Hopefully people can hear me. Some of these questions are linked, in fact, in terms of the way that they ask a question, and I think probably helpful just to make a broader point. So the Planning Authority, when we allocated the site for Waterbeach, obviously did do a high-level infrastructure study and a high-level infrastructure viability assessment, and both the urban and civic and the RLW schemes we have factored in the cost of infrastructure in terms of determining the form of outcomes. And Councillor Williams referred to the committee report in which we sought to discuss that. Some of the questions that have been raised from the community point to effectively the moral position of whether or not it's right for us to consider the position of the applicants and their ability to pay. But the planning system doesn't consider the position of the applicants. It's important that the development itself is seen as an entity. Therefore, the approach to viability is to consider the site as a whole, not whether or not it's right or wrong that the developer may well have plentiful funds and they should essentially lose that into the development before they ask for public money. So the development process that we've looked at identifies some headline figures. RLW are in fact, it is a significant enterprise, and what the figures from the viability assessment that they produced, which Gerald Eve independently reviewed on our behalf, have identified is some fairly sizable costs. So £250 million is being invested in infrastructure by RLW as part of delivering those 4,500 homes. That equates to £55,000 per dwelling, solely on the costs of infrastructure. When the landowners in the process are receiving a return equivalent to around £100,000 an acre, which is at the bottom end of the RICS. In fact, it's below the bottom end of the RICS guidance in terms of a recommended return on baseline land value. Now, they're able to do that because there is a large amount of land, so the scale makes that deliverable. And in fact, RL Urban and Civic, because of the DIO's role, also received a very low return. But having regard to those two factors, because the assumption is normally that Section 106 contributions come off the price of the land, and recognising that we're already at the bottom end of what is an acceptable return, judged by the RICS to be an acceptable return to developers, there are then a series of choices about what you do with the benefit in terms of the capital release from sales and how you cash flow that over, as people have highlighted, a very long period of time. So all sorts of deductions are made for debt, for the cost of borrowing, and for cash flowing some of that £250 million worth of infrastructure, as well as the probably £400 million worth of cost to actually build the houses before you can sell them. We ended up in a situation where we had a pot, effectively, of around £88 million to determine what the best use of it was for. On top of that, there is an obligation for affordable housing to be delivered. In pure terms, the development could pay for the completion of the station. And the way it could pay for the completion of the station is to reduce the affordable housing volumes on the site from 30%, which is less than the 40%, absolutely, but to a level which was equivalent to the saving required in terms of the funds required to fund the station. That affordable housing, depending on who you ask, the affordable housing cost to the development process, coming off either the land value or the sales cost of houses, so the people who buy the houses pay for this infrastructure as well, is equivalent to about £135 million for the affordable to deliver 30% affordable housing on this site. So clearly, one could take 20 million out of that or 45 million out of that, whatever the cost was, but a corresponding reduction in affordable housing is delivered as a consequence. The approach that we've adopted, and there was an integrated conversation with the Highway Authority and GCP, was to recognise, is there a way of optimising the outcomes for this site so that we deliver balanced communities? 30% affordable housing is not 40%, but it is an integrated and balanced community by understanding those legitimate areas, and Niamh has highlighted the City Deal's explicit purpose is to support delivery of growth by highlighting and optimising the balance. The station, of course, is not solely the benefit of the RLW development, the urban and civic development, but in fact all of those who may well divert off the A10 heading down from Ely to use the station will be beneficiaries of that infrastructure. But the approach that we took is to strike a balance of 30% affordable housing, effectively an £88 million contribution, large part of that into education, and, as I said, the balance into a series of infrastructure contributions towards those other elements, including biodiversity, the objectives around biodiversity net gain and higher standard new homes to address the climate emergency, which is important to the community. So the effect of all of that is that we have prepared a Section 106 agreement in which there is a review mechanism. So if there is super profit to be made out of that, and the profit is set at 20%, some would say that's a very high level of profit. It's relative to the level of financial risk, and it's against, again, a baseline standard set by the RICS. It's also important that, of course, the development is funded, and those profit baselines are used by the financial institutions that need to lend money to deliver the scheme. So you could say, hey, well, let's have a 10% profit margin because there's a lot of money in it. The realities are the ability of the house builders or developers to raise money on the markets with that level of profit or risk is compromised, and therefore you end up in no development happening at all. So we have a built-in uplift mechanism that in the event that the developer, the scenario that we've envisaged in the modelling of the permission and the viability assessment proves to be different, there is ability to capture some of that additional income arising. 30% affordable housing, there was a question, what happens, does it go to 20%? No, 30% affordable housing is baked into a minimum platform for that permission. The viability review determines that there's more money. The focus of the additional money is into repaying the cost of strategic infrastructure, potentially the railway station costs that GCP are involved with. For urban and civic, there is also an uplift mechanism built in, a review mechanism built in, but the planning committee took a view that the priority at that point in terms of 30% affordable housing was that uplift initially went into the provision of additional affordable housing, with then at a certain trigger then transfer into strategic transport, because in fact the urban and civic strategic transport contribution was centred around early infrastructure rather than, in this case, the railway station. So that's a bit of the context in terms of the process. It is entirely legitimate and ordinary for the public sector across the UK, whether it's I dare not even look at the investment that the GLA or others have put into Nine Elms through the extension of the Bakerloo line to facilitate growth there, all through a understanding that that investment secures growth, secures new homes, and allows the authorities to strike a better balance between just loading all of the development uplift into transport, but actually to create sustainable communities, which is what the local plan is trying to deliver, and what GCP and the County Council in some of the balances that we struck are part of. If I turn to I'll canter through the questions because that's a long preamble, but I think it's really important that you understand the process that has been gone through and the level of dialogue and balance that has had to be struck, ultimately by the Planning Committee of South Cambs when they approved the scheme, but also in the local plan process and in the infrastructure delivery process. So Councillor Williams asked about ransom. There is a provision in both the Section 106 agreement for urban and civic and indeed for RLW, and it's a common set of terms to allow them to agree on the provision of the access road to service the station and a default position that in the absence of agreement, the South Cambs District Council can step in to require the provision of the access road and a system of arbitration to agree commercial terms to allow that to happen. So it will be resolved. I think somebody has expressed a concern the Section 106 agreement hasn't been finalised yet. That issue of ransom is resolved in both the current permission for our urban civic and the position for RLW. I think I've covered the affordable hierarchy, the uplift hierarchy in terms of where the money goes first. It goes to strategic infrastructure for RLW, it goes to affordable housing for urban and civic. In terms of a cut-off profit for the developer, as I said, the benchmark level that we've used for viability assessment is 20%. That is really the industry kind of standard, and it reflects the type of project. Of course, individuals in the marketplace may well be able to get a slightly different funding arrangement, but for the purposes of the viability assessment and at this stage, that's the figure that Gerald Eve have used. That's the industry standard figure by and large for schemes of this type. Chris asked a question around the delay in the delivery, what happens? It is really important, and the assumptions are made about the delivery of housing growth levels clearly at a kind of high level, if we fail to at least bite into the levels of demand that we have identified existing in Greater Cambridge, what happens in supply and demand? The cost of the supply goes upwards to meet in reflection of the scarcity of supply. House prices rise even more quickly. From a process point of view, from the local planning authority's perspective, the risk is that our trajectory of how we're going to meet that housing need falls behind the 5-year land supply position that we are required to outline. Government have suggested they might get rid of it, but it does potentially risk sporadic or inappropriate development happening elsewhere on the back of that failure to deliver the supply. And of course, importantly, some of the assumptions around the place that are built into, although we're talking about urban and civic and RLW, we're looking to try and build a cohesive community here. And it's important that the new community, and David might be able to talk about this, have travel choices that are baked in at the beginning. We want people to move to Waterbeach who don't want to own a car. I heard you talking about car parking, who can find the convenience of the GCP greenways and cycle routes, but also the ability to get on a train at their station as a fundamental reason why they want to live there, why they don't need to own vehicles in order to live there successfully. So we need to do that by having the infrastructure in at the beginning. If we don't get the infrastructure in at the beginning, or indeed if we fail to be able to deliver a scheme in which that infrastructure is there, the applicant can, of course, apply to vary the Section 106 agreement. They can appeal if we decide to refuse that, or alternatively, they can get an enforced reduction through the Section 106 agreement of a lower affordable housing level on the basis that there's no public funds available to supplement the necessary infrastructure to be delivered. Claire, you asked about how robust is it. We've got top London lawyers, I would say, drafting the 106 agreement for us. Dentons, they've done, it's very much their bread and butter. It's as good as an agreement as we think. It's enforceable, obviously. It's a contract, so it's enforceable through the courts. Clearly, it's quite a significant process to do so, but there are mechanisms in there both for enforcement and indeed for arbitration and default in the event that we can't reach agreement. Peter will be able to talk to you about the contractual terms with GCP, which are obviously a separate matter, not with the planning authority. Simon Smith, who's now gone, raised a number of questions around inflation, the kind of standing of the entity, which Peter may well be able to deal with. The point I would make, though, about the way that the agreement does index link all of the payments that are associated with it against time, so that the 88 million will increase over time because the indexation, and that period started a year or so ago, so that those figures are kept to date. We do all hear about cost inflation. We will need to look at that as we go forwards, but certainly the agreement seeks to recognise those terms. Fundamental point about bankruptcy, or say, for example, the developer disappears. Planning permission doesn't run with the developer, it runs with the land. The terms of the planning permission are determined by the planning permission, not by and the agreement is enforceable against any successors in title. So anyone picking up this project would be required to pick up the obligations in exactly the same way. As you'll be aware, the station is an early piece of infrastructure. In fact, it's required to be built available before any homes on RLW and before 1,600 homes or so on urban and civic. So any person inheriting the planning permission, and it's a very valuable planning permission, but any person inheriting that planning permission will be required to pick up those obligations as landowner and bound into it. I'm trying to think about whether there's any questions. I think Simon was asking a question about the incentives against trigger points. There is a substantial cash flow model that exists behind a scheme of this nature. And the trigger points, yes, they become quite significant, but so does the borrowing that may well still be due against those trigger points, so that you're in situations in which the developer is incentivized to complete through the way that the viability work and the assumptions that we have made, not they have made, but the assumptions we have made, which determine these infrastructure contributions, understand the issue in terms of the peak debt within the developer and their need to keep building, in fact, to be able to pay off the ultimate cost associated with the developer. So it would be unusual for a developer to stop on a scheme of this magnitude, for a developer to stop merely to avoid paying a trigger point or a threshold. There is still a lot of value. In fact, a huge amount of return for the developer comes in the latter stages of the scheme. because up front, they're just spending out, as I said, 162 million pounds of infrastructure in order to get the buildings built. You recoup the money at the end of the process when you've been able to sell enough homes, and that is why developers are incentivized to complete these schemes. Is that sufficient? I think Peter may well want to pick up other schemes, and I think I probably need to go. Thank you. If there's anything else, I do, unfortunately, because I'm involved with another training session right in 2 minutes. So.
So the proposal that is being, you're considering and will be put to the board is that the GCP then assumes responsibility for delivery of the relocated rail station project. As Stephen has described, is the planning and consenting process. There would then be a back-to-back arrangement from the 106 that Stephen and David, the County Council and colleagues have negotiated, that would link directly into the relationship that the GCP would have with the developer for the relocation of the rail station. So all of the teeth around the arrangements are the teeth that David and Stephen are using through the planning process. The GCP is looking at picking up the baton that Niamh described, whereby delivering Waterbeach was part of the city deal, to relocate the rail station so that, in this case, 4,500 houses on the RLW side of the new town can be facilitated, and then the houses beyond the 1,1600 on the urban and civic side can be delivered. But all the rest of that delivery will still be, associated with the planning consent and all the agreements that Stephen and David and others have through the traditional planning and highway development consenting process. Does that help, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm now AD for transport strategy and stuff at the County Council, but I was involved at the time as the transport assessment manager negotiating the 106 on this site. We've known for a long time about the potential of this large brownfield site and the need to have a multimodal strategy on unlocking the network. And we've known for a long time that in order to do that, we need to maximise what we can get from developer funding, from various developers, and that needs to be multimodal and brought forward. And indeed, GCP have got other schemes in there. There are cycling schemes through the neighbouring development, urban and civic, and all the way up and down the corridor. Got the combined authority looking at the corridor on safety and sustainability. For the majority of the dialogue, to be honest, we had a developer that felt they were able to deliver the railway station based on discussions they had had with the railway industry. So I think the most fundamental reason for that is we were told that the developer could take care of that aspect, and that was in order.
as we got closer to a planning consent and the viability work intensified, and we really were pushing across every aspect. This was not the only developer mitigation, it's not the only water beach mitigation, but it became apparent that at this point that the developer essentially had a gap in that there was a quantum that they could contribute towards the railway station, but it wouldn't complete. So one of the questions that was asked at the planning committee at the time was, do we think there is a reasonable likelihood that the developer could fill that gap through an external funder? Do we think there's a strong enough case? Are there other funders out there that could plug this gap, that potentially have a remit to do so? And as we've seen elsewhere, there are organisations like the GCP that may be interested in this, and we had informal dialogue about the opportunity, even given the scale of the development here at Waterbeach. And hopefully that gives that sets out probably the reason that only now is it appropriate to ask this formal question of can the GCP plug this gap, because it was relatively late in the day that we became aware the gap was there, because the rail industry essentially said we are not going to plug it.
Thank you, Chair. And it might be something that you're able to answer, was my last question around the ransom. So it's not a shock that we've got this before us, because in fact it came to the GCP around the time of the planning committee decision, and the GCP said no, they weren't going to fund it at that time. So I don't think it's come out of the blue. It's something that's been there happening in the background. It's just in the past it's been a no, and now it's a potential yes. Just for clarity, if not, that's what the planning papers said at the time that the GCP had been approached and had declined to that time. So I think a big question for us is what has changed since then. I think we need an answer of that before a final decision is made. I would like to know if the ransom costs are included in the viability assessment, or if they're not. Maybe a nod or shake of head if you know at all.
The discussion between the two developers is a commercial agreement between the developers, which is not factored in. Of course, this is not just a railway station for RLW, and this railway station is going to be absolutely key to the neighbouring development. So whilst I can't really comment on how that commercial discussion will play out, I can certainly see a reason why it doesn't need to be a significant drain on finances.
Yes, so for background, in case others aren't aware, there has been issues in relation to access on that site going back to 2018 when the original SPD was brought up. There was concern raised by RLW then about ransom, because essentially it's a strip that was preventing access. So it puts me in a, because they will have wasted of money, and we were warned back then that it was going to be expensive, that perhaps if they'd resolved their issues without the needs of lots of lawyers, the gap might be a bit smaller. And it is a moral issue about public money, taxpayer money going into projects. Sometimes it is right to make that investment, as we said earlier, and sometimes it's not. I need to know, well, not me, I think the board should know, Chair, why things have changed for us. But 20% profit, as Mr. Kelly said, is a high amount. A lot more information than what's in these papers, even if it has to be on a confidential basis, which obviously we wouldn't like to see, but if it needs to be, should be before the board. Because based on this, we are essentially plugging a gap there. It's not something that's planned. We've got significant overspend, and actually if the railway industry doesn't want to invest in this, that in itself rings a bit of alarm bells. But at the same time, I've talked about the technical legal ransom in planning. We are a little bit held to ransom on the fact that we need, for our local plans, we need that help. Can't afford to lose the affordable housing. which they know. So it might have to be that it's a supportive thing to spend the money on for the purposes of that, but it doesn't taste well, Chair, if I'm honest. I think there's been significant failings, and the developer, you know, needs to have sort of skin in the game, and we're perhaps giving him a bit of a scapegoat here, or she a scapegoat.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, by the way, people at home have been saying that we keep cutting out, so I think some people haven't been turning on their microphones, so just something to be aware of. Yes, I think that there's a number of our projects that we've come to like this. We came to power distribution reinforcement, where I think we would all rather not be doing the project, if we're blatantly honest, but unfortunately they do fit within the realms of what the GCP was created to do, and therefore we are in the situation where we are in, and I think all of us would much rather be spending the GCP's money on bigger, sexier busway projects and city accesses and everything else that really demonstrate gain to the local communities, where in these cases it looks like we're propping up other people that should be spending the money. My point is, firstly, station cost, we've obviously seen, I think in here is 37 million for it. I would like to see broken out at some point different station options and their costs, as to whether there is the ability to have a cheaper station or a more expensive station, and what that looks like to us. And, you know, at the moment what we're doing is we're doing this to fulfill a planning obligation, but it would be nice to be able to actually have a look at what we can deliver for people, and whether that's a cheaper station using more of our money for other things, or a more expensive station because it actually provides better for the local community. It would be good to see that broken down and what that looks like. An interesting comment made earlier on was about index linking of the Section 106 funding. I have to admit, I'm fairly new to planning. Transport is more my thing than planning. So I just wonder if somebody could break that out slightly more, that obviously we've got a cost here and developers paying back 16 million. Does that mean that if inflation goes up, index linked, that we will get more for that? And can somebody just speak about that very quickly? There is a worry here with me about the pain of this, that obviously with inflation the way it is, there is a high likelihood of this exceeding the current budget. And therefore, from my reading of this, it looks like we're currently on the hook for that. So if it is indeed that the developer contributions are index linked, that would be very good to hear, and whether we can improve that there. Yeah, I think that the other point is about the pain, and that I think we are currently on the hook for it. Is there anything we can do to reduce that and make sure that the developers are on the hook for that a bit more? I think my other questions are all actually probably need to be in private section if we go there. I think they're all on the terms of the contract, so I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alex. Claire?
Jim, I want to give voice to Councillor Paul Bearpark's points. Unfortunately, he can't be here today, as we heard earlier, and he is a Waterbeach councillor, so obviously it's of great concern to him. He says, as a Waterbeach councillor and resident of Waterbeach, I'm very sensitive to the concerns that many residents have about the possibility of the stations moving. Since the proposal to relocate the station was made several years ago, the expectation has been that it would be funded privately. It's disappointing that it has not been possible to identify a way to fund it. In deciding whether it should take on the delivery of the station, the GCP will need to consider carefully the risks associated with this. RLW's funding partners seem to have been concerned about the risks to and so should the GCP be. It would be helpful to understand the reasons why engagement with partners and national agencies failed to find a solution before making a decision. If the decision is made that the GCP delivers the new station, I have two recommendations for reducing the negative impacts of its relocation for Waterbeach Village residents. The first is to ensure that the GCP reaches an early agreement with the two developers, RLW and UNC, that both construction traffic and vehicles travelling to the station from the A10 pass through the new town rather than the village. Due to difficulties in reaching agreement on this between the two developers, residents of Waterbeach have been very concerned about the prospect of construction traffic and station traffic coming through the village. The second is that the proposed section of the Greenway, providing a direct link from the old station to the new station west of the railway line, should be constructed prior to the station's opening. This section is part of the phase 2 of Waterbeach Greenway that's being planned but has not yet been approved. Approval of this section will help to mitigate the loss of amenity for those residents who live close to the existing station to some extent. There are several policies in the Waterbeach Neighbourhood Plan, WAT2, WAT7 and WAT8, which support these recommendations and also improve the accessibility of the station. That's the end of Paul's comments.
Thank you, Claire. Neil.
My questions have been asked by Bear Park. I can see the reason for putting a station there for the developer. In general, this gives quite an uplift in the land value, and of course the car-free transport. And my concerns with the residents of Old Waterbeach, so how many of them will then be forced to use their cars instead? What is the balance? I haven't actually seen the number of residents who currently use the train or the future, you know, because we're talking about supporting a new train station, and that makes sense. Taking out a train station doesn't.
I'm not sure that's really a decision that's on our desk. I think the planning side of this has really dealt with that question, but I'll leave officers to comment in a moment. Karen.
Thank you. I guess my point had been around the precedent. That had been my concern initially reading this. Were we setting a precedent? But I think what I'm hearing is that other regions would do similarly. I was wondering, what if the GCP money hadn't been there as an option? Would there have been more negotiation that would have led to a solution? And I think others have picked on as well, is there a way for us to get more back if it is profitable? And just, I do need to point out a point of clarification, because one of the questions raised some potential conflicts for the university. I think I'm the only person here who is actually a university employee on the Joint Assembly, but actually St John's College is a separate legal entity from the university and has its own investment strategy. So the university, Central University, of which I'm an employee, has no involvement in this.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. Where do I turn for the responses?
I'll do my best, Chair. So in terms of Heather's point about we were asked and we said no, we were asked at the time that the Highways Authority and the Planning Authority were told that it was fundable, and it was fundable by the developer. So probably not a reason to invest public money if the developer was going to deliver it themselves. Alex, the station options, there's an agreed planning application and consent for the station, so we will build it to the current design. I think the issues around the wider environment and what we do with the Waterbeach Busway and the active travel route, I think that gives us far scope, particularly around the integration piece. But there's an extant planning consent, and that's what would have to be delivered, or you'd have to go back and review the planning consent. So that would be the challenge. It is index linked, and again, that's where we would rely on the statutory partners. It's index linked through the planning process on that side. In terms of Councillor Bear Park's questions, so the funding solution as originally envisaged by the developer was that rail fares, there's a predicted increase in rail usage from the new station, not least because you're going to build 11,000 new homes around it. And so those additional rail fares should contribute to the construction of the station. There are a small number of examples of where that's happened. They're very rare, and the Department for Transport is only very, very reluctantly agrees to that. They didn't agree in this situation. So once that sort of the rail fare option evaporated, then in terms of the cost profile, you know, the station itself costs more than local parking income and parking generation would deliver. So there wasn't a revenue source for a payback once that was taken off the table. So that's why other agencies have been approached, sort of Homes England and others, which would be a sort of similar feel to the City Deal getting involved. And of course, when the City Deal's got supporting the delivery of Waterbeach Newtown as part of its key objectives, then if you're a third party, I suppose it's an interesting question as to, well, if not you, why us? In terms of Paul makes two important points. So the construction traffic, the decision around the construction management plan lies with the local planning authority. They will have to agree that. We will need to support them in those negotiations if the board decides to get involved in this, but ultimately it's for the local planning authority to determine. The Waterbeach Greenway is part of the existing agreed Greenway network. But when the network was taken through, there were one or two areas where there was no budget assigned to it. So the second section, phase 2 in Waterbeach, does not have a budget assigned to it to take it forward. And so I think the question there that he's asked, and he asked me earlier in the week, is whether that's something that the Assembly and ultimately the board would want to consider. And in part it comes back to Neil's point around you're moving a station. What about people who are living near the existing station? So this was very much, would the board sort of reflect that fact by attaching a budget to the second phase of the Waterbeach Greenway to reflect the fact there would then be an active travel route between the existing location and the new location. So I think that was an important point. And I would echo the chair's comments, I'm afraid, Neil, the rationale and everything else about why relocating a rail station, that's above my pay grade. That's a statutory decision, but at the Planning Authority and the Highways Authority, when we are merely trying to unblock what appears to be a blockage. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Peter. I've got a question which I know maybe a blend of you and David could help with. How can we be sure that a developer doesn't come along in these kind of circumstances, present a development on the basis that don't worry about the infrastructure, we've got it sorted, it'll be part of the deal, and then gains their permission, partly on the basis of that image, and then reveals the truth afterwards? Because that, I'm not making allegations in any sense, but I just think in our position, we have to be knowing that we're sure that isn't happening when we're saying something about the release of this kind of public money. David, I think it's you.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the planning committee were very firm on this development. They said, first and foremost, no station, no development. So you've got a preoccupation condition there. I think the planning committee were absolutely mindful that if, given that there would be a funding gap, anybody that would provide any funding would have to be convinced of the business case. And from what we've seen, there appears to be one for a funder, and this is the question that's out there. But ultimately, it's a decision that rests with any external funder, whether or not there is a case to be made. So ultimately, I do not feel on behalf of the planning authority that we're in any way ransomed by a developer. I can be confident that we negotiated as much as we possibly can and got a significant infrastructure outcome, a significant transport outcome, with a review mechanism to get extra transport funding as appropriate, advised by viability experts to say, look, this is reasonable, it's not being fudged, there's a reasonable case there. So we combined with those two realities that there's a viability assessment and a transport package that says this is the slice that we've got for infrastructure, and then you've got a developer there that ultimately has to go and find that funding should they wish to proceed, and nobody's obliged to fund it. However, we feel that there's a great opportunity here that a funder such as the GCP may wish to accept.
Yes, I mean, obviously we as an organisation approach it in a slightly different way from that, don't we? Because we're sitting on quite a lot of funds that can be pretty handy for any developer coming along presenting this sort of situation, and we need for our programme not to degenerate into some sort of anarchy where we get lots of comparable requests of this kind. So, I mean, I'm not sure, I mean, can you say something that can give us some confidence about that or not? You can't, perhaps.
Other than, I mean, the more typical example from the major developments is that we've been able to secure significant funding towards the GCP schemes based on those that are in the programme. And that's the modus operandi. It's proven really successful on the Western Corridor. We've got significant contributions there. And on other corridors moving forward, even further down the A10 in the NEC, we've got significant developer contribution strategies. So we do take a strategic approach there. I suppose the point that I was making is that, yes, the developer in this case did have an alternative funding strategy that didn't fully come to fruition. We have secured funding from the developer towards this very same infrastructure, but there is a gap to plug. And I do recognise that whilst we always knew through all of the development plans that this master plan area needed a station, I do recognise that this is later than the date than you would typically like.
Thank you very much. Heather and Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the need, as unhappy as I may be that we're having to have this conversation, some members have raised the issue of, is this needed and does it need to happen? And because I like my online storage, I've got my committee papers from that planning meeting. And on page 73, on paragraph 556, I think that sums up why the station is needed. The County Council was the highway authority, the delivery of the relocated railway station and a financial contribution of 45 million towards future strategic measures beyond the first phase of development. The funding of both these elements would need to be resolved for the County Council to remove their objection. So I think that helps give some context as to why the Planning Committee had to be as demanding as it was in its situation there, because you can imagine if you'd approved it with a County Council objection. I think so. The need for the relocation is well identified. It's there, and we all need a local plan. I think what we have to wrestle with and weigh up is whether we should. I think the need is identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Katie?
I think the final outcome of the housing in that location with a new train station will be just really good and fit in with lots of aspirations. My concern is right now is the economic situation we live in with inflation and so much uncertainty about investments and going forward. And I know that the building costs have gone up substantially, almost 100% in the last 12 months. And the problem with inflation is it doesn't, and the cost of things, they don't tend to come down later when inflation comes down. But it may be that the business case for the housing it all falls into place with what we're going through now. It's just, but the other pressure is that the housing delivery, that we have to meet year on year the number of houses to meet our local plan, the 5-year housing trajectory needs. Without that pressure, I'd be saying let's hold on, let's wait and see what happens with the economy. But with that pressure and with the inflation, it's a really, really difficult situation. I would say I would like to support this very much, but I would really want to leave it as long as possible to make the decision because we live in strange times.
Thank you, Katie. I wanted to have an attempt to kind of bring this to a view, and I'm not trying to yet have the last word on that, and so comment is welcome. But I mean, what I wonder from contributions heard so far, I mean, clearly there is an extreme wariness of this proposition, and the sense of the importance of caution. But in terms of the outcomes, they are undeniably in our strategic mission. and we do need to meet that housing need, or that part of it represented by the development at Waterbeach Newtown. The case, the relationship of that between that and the new station is not our decision, and I think we have to respect the decision that's been made by the planners. So, I mean, I'm wondering whether our position is acceptance with considerable reluctance, and maybe a request that the board look yet again at means of reducing the risk of us going along with this, so far as possible, taking in the point that Katie has made really as well. But I mean, that's what I think I have heard collectively from quite a disparate source of views across the room, but I now see some people. I think Kristen, and you wanted to say something. Was that in response, or?
It was a question actually for Peter and Rachel, and maybe yourself, Tim, as the knowing this GCP more. I come back to the conversation we had at the beginning around, we've got lots of schemes in the future, a lot of uncertainty around some of the schemes and our ability to deliver them. We've also got an upcoming gateway review at some point, and how actually, if there's any influence on that gateway review and our future funding for schemes, and potentially we also talked about opportunities to get more income coming into GCP to support local development. How this project would be reviewed externally, when I've never been part of the GCP going to have their funding reviewed. But if it is so aligned with our objectives and it is a deliverable and imminent project, would it be reviewed sort of, why did you do this? Or actually this is a core part of your mission and it's great you've done it, and actually it shows that you're delivering what we set you up to do, and therefore actually I just interested in a take on how this would be reviewed by the funders of GCP.
Rachel?
Our view is that it would be viewed favourably, and therefore it's one of the reasons that we are putting it to the Assembly and the Board, because we think it would be helpful in the context of a gateway review, because actually we're unlocking 4,500 homes.
Yes, so the why didn't you option, I guess. Christopher?
Very brief point, following your move to try and get this to a conclusion of what we're talking about. I would just change the word reluctance to nervousness. I think our nervousness is about the risk and the points that Katie made, rather more than a reluctance to do it at all. That unlocking this housing and fitting in with our plans could be good. I think it's how open-ended is a commitment like that.
Okay. Heather?
You. And it's just on that note, I think I've heard it once or twice about making sure when it goes to the board that they have it really know what other options that RLWE, I think they now have an E on the end, what they've undertaken. So to just that due diligence to make sure it is taxpayers' money, that it's not been used as a first resort, I think is really important, Chair.
Yeah, I think happy to take that on board, yeah. Claire?
Yes, thank you. I want to follow up Katie's point, the note of caution, but also asking at what point, what's the latest point a decision can be made, and how late it can be made to take into account the very shifting circumstances, economic circumstances. If we could have an answer to that, perhaps.
I'm not sure we have. Peter?
In sort of straightforward terms from sort of my perspective, the decision links to the opening date of the rail station. So the longer a decision takes, the longer it's going to be before the rail station opens. And then I think Stephen was touching upon the potential local plan implications of that, 5-year housing supply sort of implications of that. So I think, obviously, the sooner we did this, the sooner we got the rail station open, the sooner we had certainty on delivering those houses. That clearly helps the 5-year land supply and the local planning authority's position, I I would be hesitant to suggest.
That would make sense to me, that it's like boxed in at the end of a train of events that we need to succeed. Yeah. Helen. Sorry, Katie.
Yeah, I guess we're talking about what words we'd use to describe the decision making. I'm not reluctant. I'm cautious and wanted to have a proper debate so that I fully understood that all of the alternatives had been explored. And I think I've been pretty much satisfied that they have been. And I do go back to what were the fundamental sort of tenets of the city deal, and I do think this does fit within those tenets. So this has my support, but it's not a kind of wow, isn't that brilliant support. It's this is something that after deliberation it appears we need to do in order to unlock this really important development. So I wouldn't want to use the word reluctant having had this debate.
Okay. I had to start with some words, but I'm very happy with the successes as well. Katie.
Peter was saying that, if we agreed the funding now, and we could, they could get a move on and make a start. But has there been a full specification and design and tender done for building the train station? Do we have really up-to-date information about the actual cost of delivering that station, of which we're going to provide £20 million? If it's not done to that detail, but in 2 months, if it's done to that detail, and actually the cost is more than we think, are we going to be asked for more money? I mean, is our commitment 20 million rather than a percentage of the?
So, sorry, it's a good question. I just thought I knew the answer to it, but let me hear it from Peter.
The developer has produced a specification. We have marked their homework. So, when you deal with the rail industry, you need specialist rail consultants doing this. Fortunately, we've got one of them on our framework. We're using them so we've assessed the number. The number is as good as we've got at the moment. There will clearly be a process going forward, and ultimately, until you've gone out to tender, which is probably 12 months or so from a decision to go, that's when you're going to get the final number. There are a whole host of permutations around inflation and risk and contingency. Yes, and as I answered a question earlier on from Karen, we've got contingency and risk and inflation built in. But ultimately, until we go out to the market for a final number, now, as I'm the person who's going to have to come back, that's clearly something I'm terribly anxious to avoid. So am I as confident as I can be with the number that's in front of you and will be the board? As I sit here today, I'm as confident as I can be. But clearly, there is a macroeconomic situation going on that none of us are able to predict sort of 9, 12 or 18 months out. I hope that's...
But the second part of what Katie said, so if it did creep higher, despite all of that, we're responsible.
We're responsible. So the agreement as laid out is the project lead and deliverer would be the combined...
That would be a nice answer.
Scrub that from them. Please scrub it. Would be the Greater Cambridge Partnership. And because we are then responsible for all aspects of delivery, procurement, specialist consultants and everything else, in terms of appropriate risk management, that risk would then fall to us. So that caveat does come with this. We are assuming responsibility for this project. The 17 million would come in. It's index linked and come in via the planning process, but nevertheless we would assume wider responsibility.
Yeah, and that was my assumption by saying that we should ask the board maybe to double check that we can't protect ourselves even more in the agreement on this in terms of the risk. I mean, are we there? I mean, I think there's been a sort of layering of words which have improved it all through. So as long as Nick has got those. Claire?
Just a quick point. I think all of us feel that confidentiality does breed suspicion if we're not careful. So I would say the heads of terms don't have anything terribly confidential in them. You could redact the most sensitive things and have them open and transparent. But that would obviously take another legal view.
Well, I mean, thank you for mentioning that. I mean, my view was that we did not need to go into confidential session to discuss that document. I think possibly it's the board that would need to decide whether it gets published in the context of their discussion. But if we aren't actually going to go in confidential session and talking specifically about what's written in there, I don't think we need to start getting into the business of redacting. I think that's for them. So are people content that we take the words that we've collectively arrived at, very collectively arrived at, and knock that into the message for the board out of this conversation? I think we ended up with cautious. Cautious was the consensus. Okay, well that's very good in the sense that we didn't have to eject anyone to reach that point. And that is the last item on our agenda, and I just had a couple of things before we close. The first is on the question of public questions. We did introduce, during the COVID period, the facility for officers to read out questions for members of the public. My feeling is that that is in danger of becoming a little bit like reading out emails between people, and it's not quite the same thing as people kind of confronting the assembly with their question. And what I would propose to, I believe it's in my discretion, but what I would like to do from now onwards is that we do not take time off of the assembly if a public question is submitted and the questioner isn't here to ask it. It goes on the list. It's seen. Members of the assembly will see it. They can refer to it and ask it themselves if they really want to. It's germane to our discussion, and that the questioner would get a written response afterwards. And I know Michelle would appreciate this, and Wilma before her. But I think that it becomes a little bit difficult even to focus on what we're listening to when it goes on for so long. So is it on that point, Helen?
Yeah. Could we still have a response in the meeting to the questions, even if they're not read out? I mean, very much would appreciate the questions not being read out, but quite often we learn something from the officers when they respond to the questions.
I think, go on.
Wilma here. My understanding is that that would not be in line with the public questions protocol, what you're suggesting, because a question is only a question if it's accepted. If it's not accepted, because the person can't turn up, we therefore can't respond to it. That's my understanding of the public questions protocol as it currently is written.
Yeah. Heather?
Thank you. I think unless it's different here than the council, then that is, if you're not present, then you get a written response. But what is what we normally have at the councils is that written response is published and available. If the question is available, then the answer should be available. And I do see what you're saying about the reading out, and perhaps if we know that people aren't going to be in attendance and it's not going to be read, then perhaps written responses, because they would have normally been drafted ahead of time, if we're able to receive those, and that might help balance with what Helen's raised. The only thing I would say is on things like today, when we've had late public questions, or sort of not, I assume these are online, but we've been handed out a supplement. I think we leave it to you, Chair, at your discretion as to whether, because it's not in the public domain. I'm just thinking if it's written in advance and it's published, it's in the public domain, it's transparent.
Sorry, it's published, it's on the website. We were just helping Assembly members by having a hard copy in front of you. They're already published.
Okay, well, I'm just saying any supplement that we're given in the meeting, it can happen, that is read out to make sure anybody watching is in full information. Okay, that's all.
Speaking for transparency, and I think we would like to have that. Yes, thank you. The other thing then is that our next meeting on the 8th of September, if you've looked at the forward plan, has a considerable number of items, not least the one on making connections to the city access agenda, which is really very large as an agenda item and likely to have quite a lot of public interest. And I think that we need to consult about having that meeting a little longer than 2 o'clock would allow. So the tentative idea is that we would start with a morning session, maybe allowing 2 hours before we break at lunch, in order to do justice to the business, because we only do meet, 4 times a year. We're dealing with a lot of important projects, and the Making Connections one is a very important one with lots of views all around this room, not only anywhere else. So try and protect your morning on that day, and wait to hear more through the officers. So, even this has been quite a marathon, and so thank you very much for sticking with it. I think we've got some good feedback for the board, and thank you for helping with that. Till next time, cheerio.